Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, July the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. I don't see any yeses. There we go. Thank you. Okay, well, just for you, Zach and Dak, I actually have a little penny stock explosion. There it is, ADTX, right at the top of the list here, up 43% from the close. Anyway, guys, what else is happening? So USEA is doing its thing again this morning. I think, what did it get up to yesterday? It got up to 889 yesterday, so it's above yesterday's high now. Again, this started trading as USEA 2 days ago. ISIG, ISIG, I guess I had some kind of a legal dispute with News World. Is that what it was? News Corporation, and they're receiving $20 million from them. So that is ISIG. That's a big gap up for them, of course. Upstart, UPST, down on, now they don't release officially until the 8th, August the 8th, but they're warning, they're saying we're going to have weak preliminary Q2 results. So Upstart is down again, UPST. TH, this is one that I saw yesterday, I think for the first time. A little action yesterday, and now again, I can't remember if this is the news from yesterday. I'm seeing it again in today's headlines. They are raising FY22 outlook. So that is TH, relatively low float also. This is one of those take with a grain of salt. HOLI claims they've got a $25 price offer. Not only do they claim it, but they're reaffirming it. So there we are, reaffirms a $25 per share acquisition proposal. Now listen, when companies get bought out, when news like that happens, yeah, I mean, typically you're not going to see the price right at the acquisition. A lot of things can happen, but this is $16. So evidently nobody believes this. I mean, that's, you're talking, you see a headline like this, supposedly being acquired at $25 and the price is hitting at 16. Nobody believes this. Nobody. Many don't. KRUS. KRUS. Oh, okay. This was low volume when I saw it. This is actually an earnings play. KRUS. Kura Sushi. Big gap up. Not an all. Look like an all-time high. I guess it is not an all-time high. No, the all-time high is over here, $86. Big gap up though, but there's no volume. No volume yet. This is they released earnings after hours. So you can see where the big gap happened after hours for KRUS, and it's holding. I mean, it is holding the gap. APRE. All right. Well, wake me if it hits $1.13 again, maybe. So this has a $3 price target put on by Wedbush. GME on its roller coaster again. So they got rid of the CFO, or he decided to go, and plus they're planning all sorts of layoffs. So there's GME. This is a day after they're, I guess, reaffirming their 1-for-4 reverse split. SRG. Don't quite know what to make of this. So they've appointed Adam Metz as the chairman, and they're also here's the headline here. Also indicated that the board recommends shareholders to approve a proposed planned sale. So I'm not sure what the buyout price is supposed to be. I think I remember seeing this before. But anyway, SRG is up there. This is shortable for us at Interactive Brokers anyway. Those of us at Interactive Brokers. Levi is an earnings play. Levi is an earnings play. Gap up after hours. You can see the gap, and it's holding the gap. Levi. Onvo, Onvo. Okay, so it's giving up quite a bit of that gap on a percent. It got up to $3. I don't see any specific news for it, for Onvo. Still up 8%, not very much volume. A little more interesting when it's up at 3, but it's had actually it's had a great couple of days. Don't really recall seeing it these last 2 days, but maybe the volume was too low. MYMD, 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 gapping up on no news that I can see. 7%, nothing extraordinary. Again, when I saw it was up here at 350, which made that percentage a lot more, of course. Another one though that it's had a great 5-day run. It's come from $2 to 3 steadily. And my little Icelandic company, Alvo, a little bit of a pop here, some little bit of volume. They say they've initiated a patient study for a drug. All right, so for you penny players, let's see, Alna, ALNA. Okay, well, that was up here, up at 28 cents. Dr. MA, you mentioned that one yesterday, Zach. Dr. MA. Boy, some of these penny players, I mean, I recognize them when they used to be over $1. SFET and Dr. MA was another one. I think Alna is another one. Definitely APRI. They used to be, I mean, goodness, this used to be up here. ADTX. Anyway. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my EVFM is having a little bit of a move here. Actually, a pretty big move. There's a million shares coming in. Million shares on the 15-minute chart. Let's see, the high, when this got all crazy, I mean, this came from another classic penny from 33 cents all the way up to $1.56 in 2 days. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at a monthly chart, so forget what I just said. In 2 months anyway, it did that. All right, it is 9:10. Let me see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. So how many upgrades? We have a few upgrades, a few more downgrades. So let me get them in right now. This is from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Right, there are some of the upgrades. Guys, just as a bit of a heads up on a personal note, bit of a late night last night, so my energy level may not be that great. Remember, I'm on the West Coast, so 4 a.m. came really early this morning. So what I'm looking for right now are some multiple upgrades or downgrades, of which I do not see any. In other words, the same symbol being or same company being upgraded by multiple firms or downgraded. I do not see that this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Mountain Dew. Haven't had Mountain Dew, man, years and years and years and years ago. Okay, so yeah, we've had some really topsy-turvy action on the SPY. I guess the farm numbers came out. Was that at 8:30? Yep, 8:30. By the way, at 8:30, you're going to see a lot of all of a sudden, and these are just some, all of a sudden, I had a whole raft of gap downs happening. Actually, right at 8:56, you can see all this. I don't know what happened actually. Look at all these bottoming tails. Right at 8:56, I thought something disastrous had happened because again, all of a sudden I had a whole bunch of stocks just appearing. I mean, look at them all at 8:56. Well, actually, it's funny because I was going to get Chris to open the room for me today, but I decided to snap out of it. Haha, here's snap and get a spark plug. Okay, enough, Barry. Yeah, look at all this. I mean, all these, something happened. Are you guys seeing this on, yeah, Mike G, yeah, are you guys seeing this on other charting programs? I don't have anything else. In other words, I don't have any other charting program up. Don't have my broker's plat or my broker's charts up. Are you guys seeing that same action at literally 8:56 plus 44 seconds? I mean, they're all fired at the same time. I literally thought something went wrong. I thought I was going to see a giant red candle on the SPY, more giant than that one. I thought, okay, I guess this is it. The end of times. It's only here? Okay. Only here as in trade ideas. Okay. Yeah, I wonder why that happened. So on other charting programs, you're not seeing it. Okay. Well, okay. I won't be lazy. Let me just open. So there's an interactive brokers chart. Well, I have seen some bottoming tails. That was at 8 o'clock though. I am seeing some bottoming tails though. Yeah, so it looks like it happened here too. Happened on Interactive Brokers also. See all these bottoming tails here? Oh well, I must have missed that one, Wolfhound. I didn't see that story about mental illness among we Canadians. All right, guys, it is now 9:16, so let me do a quick look at the sectors, see what's happening. We're in for a negative open to begin with anyway. We're sort of kind of neutral up here, and then those numbers hit at 8:30. I guess the farm non-payroll numbers hit. Yeah, I read that about Abe, the former Japanese prime minister. Yeah. Okay, guys, so I haven't looked at oil prices at all. Okay, so obviously they must be up a bit today. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. 10 minutes before about 10 minutes before the market opens. So these are all the change from the close. So again, what you're seeing here, the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy. These stocks make up XLE, these stocks you see here. So when you see 100% in all green, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. So when you look at the other sectors, financials, not bad, 80%, but that's it. If you're looking for anything, any other positive sector, so energy and financials and every other sector, there are more stocks down than are up from yesterday's close. Now, when we look at this in a different way, if I can remember, okay, around 10 o'clock, and the change from the open, that gives you a really different picture. For instance, you could look at this change, at 10 o'clock, and you could see that all the energy stocks could, in theory, still be up from yesterday's close, but a lot of them could be down from the open. Remember that open is the first print, so they could be moving down, still above yesterday's close, but moving down. That's why I think the change from the open is what I almost exclusively use now. And that's what I use to run my races on. XLF, Wolf, yeah, that's the financial ETF. I mean, it's not up huge. Nothing is, you don't have to be up huge, but it is positive. No time frame. No time frame. It just whatever's happening in real time. So, the race starts, a new race starts every 4 minutes, and whatever's moving the most will float to the top. Well, you can call it a 4 minute time frame. In this particular case, each race starts every 4 minutes. Of course, you can pick any time frame you want, but don't confuse it, I guess, like with a 2 minute chart, or it's got nothing to do with charting. I just choose to run it every 4 minutes. No, No real reason. I just knew I wanted it more than two and less than five. So there were two choices, three or four. So I picked four. And again, don't ask why less than five or more than two. I just thought 4 minutes just seemed like a good number for me, and I've sort of stuck with it. All right, is Bed Bath and Beyond going to fade a lot more today? Again, I don't know if we can trust these spikes, see these topping tails and bottoming tails. Is that at 8 o'clock? No, 8:40. Well, that's at 8:45. So that's the stuff that happened, at least with our charts at 8:45 for a lot of, excuse me, for a lot of stocks. So if you were here yesterday, I mean, the reason, excuse me, the reason Bed Bath and Beyond popped, insider buying, the new CEO. However, let's see, it got up to what, about almost $6, is that right? 5.95. So it is pulled back quite a bit now, 5.26. More importantly, where did it start from? 4.53. 4.53 was the close of the day before, and it opened up here. Yeah, the Grove, I actually thought I was almost going to hold this one. Was doing this at the end of the day, and I thought, man, oh man, could it do it? It got up to almost $8. I was waiting for an $8 break. Again, this is a 823. Well, not anymore, but 823 at the time that it was almost $8 was the next high looking left. Excuse me, on the daily chart. Now, of course, that's not true right now. 655. So the next high looking left is 664, but this might be it. I mean, this might be all that it's going to do today. Isn't UPSD outside your price range, Zach, by about 100 times? Just looking at some other stocks that are starting to gap down a bit. Unity Software, UPST, I'm hearing making another new low in the pre-market. Hey, one moment, please. I'll be, excuse me, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. Good morning, Jim, in our YouTube room. All right, I'm just looking. Remember Kodiak from yesterday? I don't think it's doing anything yet, but Kodiak from yesterday, KOD, kind of holding though. Very much volume, basically flat. Had a tremendous run at the end of the day. KOD. Yeah, not many shorts left at Interactive Brokers for UPST. Only 26,000. So I just mentioned you. You is starting to move down here, guys. Unity Software, you starting to move down. It is now, is it below this? No, not below yesterday's low yet. 40.75 is yesterday's low. By the way, guys, if you're looking at my charts and saying, hey, how come some numbers are look truncated or nothing, they know it is a bug. Remember, I'm always on a development version, and I've got my fingers crossed that I'm not going to have the same problem I had yesterday when the races started and it got all messy and it paused. What if that happens? I may have to just do a restart trade ideas because once it started working well, it really worked well. Well, that didn't make sense. Once it started working again, it started really working well. It was way smoother. You'll see what I mean. Well, hopefully you won't see what I mean. All right, guys, where is William? All right, I guess I've got to do it without William. So the market is going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week. I'm going to start my races now. That's okay, William. It's amazing how much we get used to something that happens over and over and over again, and that is you notifying me. You guys is on the way down. I just mentioned this. That's about $1 drop since I first mentioned it. Okay, here we go, guys. We are now open. Twitter. I noticed Twitter. I mean, we haven't talked about Twitter at all in quite a while now. I saw Twitter was down a bit. Okay, Spy's putting in a comeback, guys. Dow's down not that much anymore. Spy's not down that much anymore. Nas is still down 100, but Spy's putting in a bit of a comeback here to start off. EVFM, guys, EVFM. EVFM, early mover. We saw this happen right there. A lot of volume came in. When I say right there, talking 9 o'clock on the 15-minute chart. Clovis, guys, CLVS, early mover. It's gone up to what, 268 or so in the pre-market, 269 in the pre-market. Clovis, CLVS. Let's see any specific news on them. Just looking, glancing. I don't see any specific news. Look at the trade of the week, guys. This very, very, very good. APPH trade of the week. Remember the trigger was 380. Yesterday it got up to 454. And it's having a nice little run again. The key area is at 446. That's the 200-day moving average. So Kodiak is on the way down here. Whoa, it's shortable for me too. KOD, shortable for me. A little early though. I don't like the trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, it seems that everything is okay today. Yesterday at this time, what you're seeing here, these are the stocks that are starting to lead the race, and they start moving up into the into the top position. It was a jumbled mess, and plus, not only that, the race was stopping, it was pausing. So that looks like that's been cleared up. Well, there's UPST guys hitting the. Just give me a moment here. Why won't they let me short UPST? Hmm. Interesting. It's the first time. All right, can it break 26? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. It's down more than 10%. I guess that's why. Okay. Well, I did get some. Excuse me. Break that 26 and make my day. I don't like taking these early, but I decided on this particular one. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, even though it wasn't an all-time low. And it's probably lucky I didn't get all I wanted now because it's popping up a bit. But let me. So the fact that I didn't get as much as I wanted allows me to stay in the trade a lot longer. Wow, look at Clovis. I mentioned Clovis was around 233, and that popped up to 260. Great percentage move. Looking still pretty good. So the only reason I can stay in this UPST trade is because, yeah, okay, now that got me out. is because I hardly had any shares, which is looking good now. I'll have to revisit this UPST if it gets back down to 26.33. That was the trigger for my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, TH on the move here. No kidding. TH on the move. This is now not on. Where's the net? Where are the next highs looking left? This is screaming higher here. On the weekly chart, 768. So it is taking care of all that. You got to go back to, let's see, looks like August of 2019. So about 3 years ago, before we see these sort of highs for TH. And this is, of course, winning a race up here. Now let's see if this can take out $8 TH. And the news on these guys, I think they've guided higher. They're raising their FY22 outlook. Okay, ISIG. So they had a $20 million settlement from News Corp. This looks like there's some kind of I don't know if this was a lawsuit or what it was. UXIN. I'm hearing that one. UXIN. There you go. Here's a penny one for you guys, Dak and Zach. Look at this one, how it has run from 45 cents. So basically a double in 4 days. So this is UXIN. I mean, I remember that when this was up here around the $6 level. So we're starting to see, these stocks come back again. REVB, remember REVB got up to 190. Oh, just one moment, please. Okay, SRG is on the move a little bit here, guys. 20 million dollar settlement. So it hit 1070 in the pre-market. TH is looking really interesting on an 8 break. Yeah, blue. This has been on the radar for a few weeks now, actually. So there's blue over 5. Blue is over 5, BLUE, if you can spell. 535 is the next high looking left. If we can get through that, 617. Now, again, I'm not saying it's going to get to 617 if it takes out 535, but those are, some levels to be aware of. Well, let's get it to 8. I'll just put a little price alert. Okay, so the SPYs had a nice recovery, guys. So that first 15-minute candle, nice and green. The previous 3 were green in the pre-market. What's the float in this one? Yeah, 26 million in the float, so it's a pretty low float. Had news, so let's just see. I mean, it's hanging in the 770 level. You're gonna get back into the 90s. That might get it running. Oh yeah, you can like maybe this is subtle for you guys, but the improvement in the racing is really noticeable for me anyway. If something is starting to move, and once they get to the head, it starts to really race up instead of that herky jerky motion that was happening before. So all this is being improved. You see how these are moving, and it's relatively smooth. There's Clovis, guys. CLVS is still strong. The next high looking left is 260, and then there's 274. So to me, there's just too much resistance. Not that far away. Yeah, a little too choppy for me right now, this UPST. Very, very choppy. Come on, TH, do something. There's some little topping tails there, not very big, but let's put an alert at around 793 and see if it can take that out. Okay, well here's our answer maybe with the Bed Bath and Beyond. After all the excitement yesterday with some insider buying, reality sets in, and let's see if it takes out five. I mean, BBBY. All right, Shady mentioned APRE. APRE just over $1 again. It has a price target of $3 put on them by Wedbush. Again, does that mean it's going to get to three? No. Could, but take doesn't mean it's 100%, that's for sure. I guess they must have done that after hours. That came out after hours, popped up to 121. All right, guys, keep an eye on I, double N. Again, 2 days ago, had the big move, got up to 268. And a big pullback yesterday. Did not take out the low of the day before that, though. And that low is holding. So, but it's so choppy. I mean, look how choppy this is on the 15-minute chart in the pre-market. Super choppy. MYMD, guys. I can't remember if I mentioned this one in the pre-market. I think I did. Yeah, MYMD, because it had this great rate run. Didn't care at all what the markets were doing. MYMD, just continuation here. MYMD, my MD. And let's see. I mean, it's taking out these highs here, 333. So the next highs on the monthly chart anyway, 384. Looks like there has to be some resistance, between here and 4. You would think anyway. Okay, first bounce play that I see from Zach's scanner is VERU, Veru, VERU. However, wow, look at the market now. That just wiped out everything. Remember, we were just talking about, yeah, I had about three, excuse me, three green candles pre-market. Then the first 15-minute candle looked pretty good. That is wiped out. This candle is wiped out all of that now. Choppy action, guys. Very difficult. So this one was beaten up a couple of days ago, YSG, and it is trying to come back somewhat. 220, 220 is the high looking left, but it's got to take out two. This GME is just weakening and weakening. The only problem is, of course, is if the memers, maybe not WSB gets a hold of it, but it's still a meme stock. Maybe if it takes out 121, then the next low underneath that is 112. So, and CFO leaving, I don't know if he was booted out or just leaving on his own, and layoffs scheduled for GME. Yeah, I don't trust anything right now. Look at the APRI now, under $1 again. Wow, look at Lyft. Lyft is almost an all-time low right now, guys. LYFT. What's Uber doing? So are you out of APRI? Shady, did that hit a stop? Meanwhile, MYND just continues to move here. 384 is the next high looking left on the monthly. After that, 485. So wow, it takes out if it gets up to four and this thing for me, the base is at four somehow, and then starts to move because then the next high is 485. You got out of your short too early, William. As look at this PH. This is not. Still have an alert set up here for later if it happens, but this doesn't look good now. DH. Oh, over 106. Okay. Yeah, I just think there's I don't know too much resistance for Clovis CLVS right here, 237, and then sorry, 274, and then at 290. I may be wrong, but you guys are talking about Faraday, FFIE. High of yesterday was 647. Again, for you GME watchers, I think a pretty key area coming up here. 121.81, 121, so about $1 away from yesterday's low. And if it takes that out, I mean, the next low is way down here, but almost $10 away. So for you GME watchers, it's just out of the price range that I like to trade, but okay, let's just for fun, usually at 10 o'clock, I try to remember, not for fun, but let's take a look now at the sector changes now changed from the open. Remember, oil was 100%, or energy was 100%. Now look at this. It's exactly what I mean. Look at this. So remember, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, every single stock that makes up XLE, the major ETF for energy, was up from yesterday's close. Now, a lot of them could still be up from the close. In fact, why don't I do this? This will really show you what I mean. Whoops, no, I've got to, I don't know if I can do that. No, okay, now they're all down from the close. Okay, so I was hoping maybe we'd see some still up from the close, but completely down from the open. Anyway, that is, but again, remember, so 100% of the stocks are now down from the open energy, as an example. So remember financials, now only 12% are above the open. Whereas I think when we looked, this is a good representation, because when we looked at financials 10 minutes before the open, I think was about 70% of them were above yesterday's close. But look at this, only 12% are above the open. Remember, so the stock opens and it's moving down. That's why the change from the open really, really dictates more than the change from the close, in my opinion. All right, guys. Okay, a bit of a bounce now for Kodiak. KOD, a bit of a bounce. All right, I'm watching this FFIE as a potential short. This is from Zach's topping scan. It got up to 6,614. Longer it holds underneath 6. Okay, so I'm in it. If it gets over 6 again, I'm out. It's going to let me know very quickly if this is going to work. I'm talking about a short on FFIE. I'm not really looking for that much. 580 would be maybe a stalling point, but I'm in at 596. So, but if it pops into the sixes, I'm out again. Not again for the first time. And I'll revisit it. DH was disappointing. I was really hoping it would hold right just underneath 8 and then have a move. Come on, FFIE, do something. Don't just sit here. Either take me out of the trade. Sorry, guys, I'm just watching it now. Yeah, UPST now is starting to give it up a lot more. It's approaching that 2633 is where it triggered on my 10-day daily breakdown. Ah, this FFIE is just not moving. Yeah, I just can't. Well, it depends where you got the Clovis, of course. I mean, if you got it early enough, I just think it's coming into some resistance. But I've been wrong about resistance before. Oh man, I almost took myself out of it, but didn't. I wasn't quick enough. Oh, 260s. Okay, I'm talking about the FFIE. Ah, shoot. I had my little opportunity just to get out of it, but give me a moment, guys. I'm just watching the FFIE. All right, guys, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. Shoot, I had a little opportunity to take a little scalp out of it, but I wasn't quick enough. Well, actually, that's not true. I thought it was actually going to drift down to the low 80s. So took a little loss on the FFIE. Guys, you know what this one is doing? APPH. APPH. It's through that 200-day moving average now, guys. This is the trade of the week. It's been a very, very good. In the face of a choppy week, this has been really, really good. And this APPH, the trigger was 380. And if you were in the YouTube room yesterday, Steve Gomez was in the YouTube room in the YouTube room yesterday, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. And he said that he took a third off at when it was just getting close to that 200-day moving average. All right, guys, MTech has got a ton of room. Now it's popping up here. It's got a ton of room. When I say that, look left on the daily chart, 211. So MTech's got a lot of room. And it is a low float, 4.5 million in the float. So it's a low float situation. See if it rests just a little bit here and then just starts to move, keep moving. This is MTEK, MTEK. Okay, a little pause here, a little pause for MTEK. It's all about the void, guys. I mean, that's all. That's why I'm interested, just because of when you look left, it's got a ton of room on a percentage basis. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but all right. Well, maybe it's time to go long now. FFIE holding that 6 level. What's the next high looking left? 641. So it's got some room. 641, some room to the next high. I'm hearing ISIG. Yeah, really starting to give it up now. ISIG. So the $20 million settlement with News Corp got up to 1144 after hours yesterday, but is really starting to drift down now. Okay, well, this is looking really interesting now on a long FFIE. Longer it holds over 6. Ah, Jimmy. It won't let it go. It just will not let it go. Well, Clovis is now, yeah, it is a monster. I mean, I thought that this 270 might stop it. At 290, maybe not. Now what? Next high looking left is 314. Okay, guys, this APPH is really interesting now that it's over the 200-day moving average. And the next high is looking left. Look like around 480-ish. Not a crazy low float, 65 million, not high, not low, 65 million. All right, MTech is getting, it's pausing here, MTech, MTEK. And the issue though are these topping tails. I mean, they're not huge. I mean, they're only pennies, but these topping tails really has to take out 158. The buyers have been trying to get this up, but the sellers are just knocking it down, just a little bit. So I think it has to take out that 160. And if it does, then I mean, you just look left, it's got some room. Did I hear about Canada and Rogers cable outage? Nope. I don't have Rogers, so I'm in Western Canada. They're not out here. Oh, I see. That's what Dak was talking about, Interac. Okay. Well, hopefully it's just an outage and not a hack. Yeah, actually, the Viru bounce worked extremely well. I kind of lost sight of it, guys. I lost sight of it, but that was a great bounce from Zach's scan here. You know, the first alert was at 12:24, then 12:11, not too far away. Wow, guys, the trade of the week is really, I might have to do this, the video on this one. Not easy. Think about trying to pick one stock for the trade of the week. Yeah, but you know what, Timothy? I'm glad you said that he does good with it. I'm talking about Steve and his trades of the week that he has to come up with every week. And it's funny, we rarely, because we see all the emails that come in, rarely do we see, hey, great job on the trade of the week. What happens is we get the haters that, you know, when one doesn't work, you know, they pile in and say, what sort of nonsense is this to pick this one as the trade of the week? I mean, you got to stop. I mean, I lost a fortune on your trade of the week. Well, if you lost a fortune on the trade of the week, that means you don't have no stop. You didn't listen to the stop. It's all laid out. Really ticks me off. The trade of the week was APPH, PJ. The trigger was 380. Okay, remember it came on Tuesday. Plenty of time to get in. And yesterday it got up to 454. And he said that he sold some because it got right to the 200-day moving average. So he sold some. And look at it now today. Ah, now you do it, you miserable. So FFIE now is starting to sink. Well, I'm glad it didn't take it long, but now it's starting to sink in a big way. That's what I was looking for when I was shorted. Ah, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Timing. That's what, you know, look at this. Now that is what I was looking for. FFIE. Oh, well, don't flood my, I know you're kidding. Hey, look at Grove, guys. GROV starting to pop up again. Market's putting in a little bit of a rally here, just a wee rally. Oh man. Anyway, anybody take the FFIE short? Meanwhile, CLVS just made another new high, challenging that 3 level again. You got stopped up with me then, probably, right, Ryro? Really blue collar. 159,000 at Interactive Brokers. Diebold. Boy, I haven't seen this one in a long, long time. DBD. Little bit of a move here, guys. A little bit of a move at a consolidation for DBD. 72 million in the float. Looking left. I just think there's just too much around 3 for it to get through. Cocoa. I saw Cocoa earlier for some reason. Cocoa. The Vita Coco Company. What do they do? Soft drinks? Coconut water. Okay. Well, it's got some room, guys. I mean, the next high looking left, it looks like that's 12.96. That's about $1 away. So it's got some room. Okay, give me one moment. Look at Grove now. Shoot. Great pullback play. If you were watching it. Great. Look at this. 598, 718. Well, this is at least waking me up. This is definitely some good action now. Definitely waking me up here. Give me a moment, please. I am muted. How long have I been muted? Son of a, I think I think I sneezed or something a little while ago, and just before it, I put myself on mute. Oh, no, 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 no. So how far back do I have to go? No, Corona. No, no, no. Just before the pricing? Okay. Okay, well, keep keep an eye on the Grove guides. I mean, it stumbled again at 8, but if it takes out 8 at it, this is what I was talking about. If it takes out 8 with any authority, then you look left, and 823 is the next. I mean, if it really gets rolling, I mean, listen, it's supercharged now. It went from 6 to 8, in about what, 30 minutes, around 30 minutes or so. Excuse me. So if it can take out 8 with any authority, I mean, you've got 1250 way up here. Excuse me. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but yeah, what a bounce in the market is right. All right. So I have to talk. I have to start again. Son of a gun. I can't believe I put myself on mute. Well, it's a good thing I sneezed. So, no, oh no, I didn't start on what is trade ideas, or I hadn't even started that. Excuse me. Yeah, guys, you know what I've done? I've clicked on a tab I shouldn't have. You guys I know you can hear me in YouTube. I'm going to have to do something. Just give me a moment. I think my tiredness is now taking an effect. I got to be careful. Don't do something crazy on the trading side. Okay, I think I'm back in. Okay, you can see my screen. Okay, you guys should be able to hear me now in both rooms, and you should be able to see my screen. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That's a problem sometimes when you this is all web-based, so I actually clicked on the tab. No, yes, yes, no, yes, no. Okay. Okay, I'll look at EVFM quickly. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, look what happened. I mean, this is just in free fall now, so this is a Roe v. Wade play. Okay, so 145, but it is, it's almost gone a negative. So, I mean, it depends what you're looking at. You're trying to find a bounce. I mean, if it holds 126, 123, but it doesn't look good right now. Okay, I have to try this one more time, guys. I do apologize. I'm not sure where I was. It's part of the job. This is why it's a free room. I do have to talk about trade ideas in general for a bit. Okay, so there's my home page. Click on the link. Here is a promo code you can use if you want to take out a subscription, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. Click on Get Trade Ideas. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium is 2,000, less the 15% on an annual basis. Standard is 1,000, less the 15% on an annual basis. The big difference is the AI. Nothing really happening with the AI today. Don't take out an annual, take out a monthly to start. If you do not know you want this program, if you're not 100% sure, you can always start off with a monthly. 118, 228, and you can stay with a monthly if that's what you want. But you get that discount on the first month only. But at any time, if you want to take out an annual, we'll honor that 15%. First thing you have to do though, if you do take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started. 30 minutes out of your life, 10 videos, short videos. Starts off with the download and installation, okay? And then the first startup and login, etc. Please do that before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for that. That's free. Trade of the week, probably that's what I'm going to do it on. Got to give Steve some kudos for that one. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Education is all here. Click on the user guide. You should have done the getting started, and you should understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is at least. And also, I would really take a look at the stock racing. I'll go over that in a bit. So don't get hung up on how much information there is here. I would start on this row first, and that's it. And then afterwards, you can start looking at what sound alerts are and price alerts are. But get the basics down. Daily support. So today is Friday. So I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main room. I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over. Today, it should be Andy in our YouTube room. I'll confirm that. Time is it now? 10:37. So in about an hour and a half. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. And also Chris Varley is in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 when I shut down the main room. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Next week, it's Tuesday, Thursday. The following week, it's a Monday, Wednesday. So that's the rotation, but you can sign up for them all here. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss, who works at Trade Ideas, put this together. This is not third party. Put this together. It starts off with what is a stock. And this is the last. Here are my scans that I'm sharing, including the race mode. Okay, this is the race that you see here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down. You'll hear me refer to Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. It's here. You hear me refer to sometimes the 10-day daily breakdown. But all the scans I'm sharing are here. And last, just a quick overview of Trade Ideas. What we are, we're a scanner. Okay, we scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter, excuse me, who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I am sharing a lot of my scans. Okay, now there's your EVFM. It did pop off that low. I said maybe watch that for a potential bounce entry. So there it goes. Oh, look at FFIE. Tremendous short that I'm not in anymore. So we are also sharing a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar. All of these are theme-based channels. So I'm going to take a look at the Explosive Winners channel. All I'm really trying to show you right now, though, is how you can extract any scan that you see from these channels. So this one right here, this biggest gainers from the open, this race that's going to start, my race is based on that. Okay, I've made some alterations. Okay, and you can have, I showed you go to my sectors or my scans, my homepage. You can have this race as it is, but this is what it's based on. If you wanted this race, then all you have to do is right click, duplicate into free floating window. And when you do that, it takes it out of the layout. And guess what? It's free floating. Okay. Now you can take it, right click, and save or share to cloud and save. Now it's in your cloud. All I'm really trying to demonstrate here is how you can go through the different scans, different layouts in our channel bar and start extracting scans that you might like, saving them to the cloud. I'll go to another one, the momentum channel. And so if you like this one, this momentum scan that we've got, TTNP just showed up, I guess. You see what's happening. There it is, just making a new high. So for instance, what this is doing, if I right click, and again, I'm not trying to teach you everything about trade ideas. This is just an overview. It's up to you to go to take that getting started. It's up to you to go to the guide and check out certain aspects of the program that you might like. I'm just giving you an overview. But if I click on summary, this is going to tell me what this scan is looking for. What we are really good at is real-time alerts, okay? So when you build a scan, and I'm going to show you how you can build your own scan, but when you build a scan, you always start off with some filters. And these are what we call and. So in other words, the stock in this case has to be between 1 and 50, and the current volume has to be at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day, and the volume has to be at least 100,000 shares, etc. So you always start off with these filters. And if all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. And that in this particular case, that was the trigger. But if you like this scan, you can also do the same thing, duplicate it into a free floating window. So it comes out of this layout, save it to the cloud. Now, if you looked at this scan or my scan, any scans that you might like from me, again, just right click, configure, click on summary. Now you might not like this price range. You might say, well, I like the concept. I like everything else about it, but I don't like the price range. So you just left click on the icon and this will come up and then you just make the change. I know these fonts are very small. I don't know why, but it just happened in one of these last builds, but that's okay. I'm going to change it to 10 and 100. Now you can see the price is now between 10 and 100. You can make other changes if you want. So two things. If you like it the way it is, you just save it, duplicate it into a free floating window, save it to the cloud, or you make some changes, customize it for more your style. You'll see crust right now because before you wouldn't because it was between $1 and $50. Now you can save it to the cloud. Duplicate it into the free floating window, save it to the cloud. So all I'm trying to tell you is you can go to the different channels. You can take a look at some of the scans we've created, either take them just as there is, or maybe make an adjustment and then duplicate into a free floating window, save to the cloud. Then what you can do is bring back these scans one at a time and thereby creating your own layout without actually having to know how to build a scan from scratch. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'm going to click on an alert window and I'm going to click on configure again. Instead of summary, I'm going to click on search. These icons that you see here, these are all real-time alert icons. Okay, these are the real-time alerts that we have. If I scroll down, when you see these icons, these are our filter icons. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts, real-time alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers with all the different trading styles there are out there, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So you don't have to learn them all. I don't know 98% of them because I don't care about most of them, not for my style of trading. But we have to create so many just because, again, different styles of trading. So don't, one of the common emails that we see, the program is too hard. How can I learn everything? Again, you don't have to. Think of it like a MS Word manual. When you look at an MS Word manual, that's pretty daunting to look at. If somebody say, well, you've got to learn everything in that manual before you can use the program, who would use it? Right? Most people just care about how to print, maybe change a font, change the bold, whatever. Very, very simple stuff. So basically, you just extract what you need. Wow, is Mara ever going parabolic? Holy smokes! I know it showed up on Zach's topping play. Well, yeah, it is going parabolic. How is Bitcoin doing? BITO. BITO. Yeah, it's moving. It's the ETF for Bitcoin. How's Riot doing? Is Riot moving along? Yeah, so both Riot and Mara, for whatever reason, and we are now all positive. Remember how doom and gloomy it was at the beginning? That red candle there, then that red candle, that 945 candle that wiped out all the gains, and now look, happy days. All right, so I've gone over most of what I want to go over. Talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is all I would do. Just have this window up and running. Okay, that's all I would do. And how to have that window up and running, it's called, if you click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, that's all you really should look at. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to show you, well, when you get this alert, this is what you should do. And I'm not a fan at all of auto trading. So if you're going to ask me about auto trading, sorry. But I do want to talk just a little bit about this window that we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window in the left-hand part of my monitor that you can see. On that one, Roger, I really have no idea. I don't use ADX. Yeah, I'd have to. You know what? Why don't you send the cloud link, uh, and maybe somebody can take a look at it. I don't use ADX at all. I think one of the traders does use ADX. Okay, why don't you send the cloud link to support? I wish I could help you here, but I don't think I can. I have no experience whatsoever with that, so I don't know what sort of results you'd get. So just send your cloud link, and one of the other traders may be able to look at it and maybe figure out what's going on, okay? I think, yeah, I think Chris uses, yeah, as a trade in the YouTube room says, I think Chris uses ADX. So he might be able to help you, okay? I mean, listen, you could send me the cloud link and I could take a look at it and try to, but you know, it'll take me a while probably. And whereas Chris uses ADX, so he might be able to figure out a lot more quickly than I can. So this window called Brokerage Plus. So I did put a link in the Brokerage Plus link. If you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Give me a moment. Now, if you don't have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? It just means this feature is not available. We're a scanner, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay, it just means that this feature is not available, and it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available, okay? Now, the second video in there shows you in a lot more detail how you can use this, and how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay, if you're new to trading, I cannot emphasize enough. Practice trading before you actually commit money to the market. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. And it's simple enough to use. Let me start from scratch here. To load this Brokerage Plus window, you click on our toolbar, click on New, and then click on Brokerage Plus. And something like this should show up. When I say something like this, you might have different columns, but you know, in essence, it should look about the same. Now, to use it, first you click on the SIM underneath Brokerage Plus. There's two, Live and SIM. Click on SIM. This will change to account. Okay, this area right there, click on account and then click on simulated trading to count default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Well, look at this AUVI ripping here on the racing guys. Yeah, so in this particular case, Roger, I will really not have any idea. Really have no idea. Maybe Chris can help you though. I see what you're talking about. I really don't have any idea. I wish I could be more helpful, but Chris uses it, so he might have a better idea, okay? Yeah, that's what I said, support. I put the link in, or the email address, support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, whoops, let me get gotta spell it right, okay? Or you could do this. Hold on. This might be faster, I'm not sure. Okay, click on the home page. When you click on the home page link that I just put in, and wait for the pop-up, okay? Questions and answers. Click on questions and answers, and then ask. And you know, ask your question and maybe direct it to Chris. Hey, Chris, Barry said you might know something about this. You know, something like that. Okay. So guys, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail today about money management, okay? Just to tell you, use the simulator, practice trading, simple to do. You click on an alert, Here's this MTech kind of chopping around a bit. So I'm going to take this trade. You pick how many shares you want. Let's go 300 shares. I'm not even going to talk about stops or anything like that. But here you can go in at the market because the spread is only a penny. Click on the buy and then click send. And now you're in the trade. Okay, in the trade. Now again, remember the way I trade is I actually look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. If I cannot satisfy all my requirements for taking a trade, I don't take the trade. And my requirements, there's no point asking me what mine are. You have to develop your own style of trading. One of the things you're hearing me talk about though is, I have a certain price range I like to trade. I have certainly a minimum volume, things like that. So most of the things that I see, when I get an alert, most of my requirements are already going to be satisfied. And after that, it's a matter of my clicking on the alert and checking out what I'm seeing. What's the market doing? What does it look like on the higher time frames? Things like that. And now, I've been trading for a while, so I can kind of size these things up very quickly. And then I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. As we're talking about, yeah, I just can't get around this one. The monkeypox vaccine. So yeah, saw that pop. We talk about cases around the world now, etc. But okay, how do you rate? Okay, I have a question from the YouTube room. How do I run an alert scan for a top list? So I'm assuming what you mean is taking a top list and turning it into an alert window. Crazy trades. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Is that what you mean? In other words, I have a top list here, and I want to turn this into an alert window. Is that what you mean? So okay. So, okay, the reason for doing something like that is, especially if you have a top list window and you have a lot of filters, and so instead of having to create something right from scratch, there is a way in which you can take a top list window and copy the filters and then, put it into an alert window and then put a trigger, some kind of a trigger. So I'll show you how to do it, okay? And anybody else who is interested. In fact, that's what I did. I did with this one. This is actually, let me expand this. This is actually an alert window that I created out of this top list window. Okay. And this is the top list window that I'm using for the races. So this is what you do. You might want to copy this down. So the first thing to do is take your top list that you want to convert and right click, collaborate, copy all. Okay. So right click, collaborate, and copy all. So now this is copied. Next step, click on new from our toolbar. Click on new, alert window. And what you want to do is you want to start from scratch. Okay, and then load the settings. So now it's a blank slate. Nothing's in it. Say okay. Now it's going to say, hey, wait a minute. You've selected no alerts. Do you want to return to the config window? Say no. So now all of a sudden you're going to have this alert window here, okay, and it's going to go crazy. Never mind that. Right click it, collaborate, paste. Okay, now what you've done, now what the next step I'm going to show you, but now what you've done, if I right click on it now and click on configure, these are the filters that were in that top list. Okay, those are the filters. So you can see how they've been copied over. Next step is now to pick some kind of a trigger. Get rid of that heartbeat. Don't ask what it is. It's irrelevant. So uncheck the heartbeat. Now you pick whatever alert you want. You can do a search on the alerts, or, for me, I always like new high. So I'm going to click on new high. I'm going to say okay. Now they say this exception. I had this earlier. I want to continue. Hopefully it just works. Okay. Hopefully I'm on a development version, so you should not see that. Okay. And now you've turned this top list window into an alert window. Here are the filters. There is sorry. Okay, so there it is. There was no symbol that's attached. I was getting confused. So there it is. And now, of course, you have to pick your own trigger. I mean, I just picked a trigger, a new high for the day, but you can pick a new 5-minute high or whatever trigger you want from all the alerts that we have. Okay. Did that make sense? And of course, I would give it another name. You can always name because that said edit me. So what I would have done, configure and click on summary, and then here give it another name. And don't forget to save your work. Everything you do, save it to the cloud. Wow, SRG's had just turned right around. This was looking like an interesting short, but this has turned right around. So they received a $20 million payment from News Corp. I'm sorry. Wrong one. I'm sorry. That is ISIG. I am very sorry. That is, yeah, the proposed sale. Adam Metz is the chairman, and they're suggesting the board is saying with this proposed sale to accept it. So I'm very sorry. I was thinking of ISIG, ISIG. Yeah, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Yeah, it's ISIG that had the. You try functioning on 2 hours of sleep. Yeah, I wish it were that, Zach. I wish it were. My wife's plane was delayed coming in from Denver, so I had to very late. You know what, guys? This edu has been super duper strong. Look at this. I mean, this is now taken out that high over here of 2360. This is a Chinese education stock company. And it looked like, that was going to be about it. But look at this. Look at this move from here. And this is really, this is not, this is trading on its own. I mean, I don't think it's really, let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, I mean, look at KWeb. what it's done. So this EDU is really trading on its own. Okay, so I wasn't following. If somebody, what was the Bitcoin news? We're all supposed to buy Bitcoin again? Yeah, they're all popping. Mara and well, it was. Now Mara's really giving it up. Now this, it's not shortable. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Do I use leverage? Are you talking about like margin? Like most brokers, I assume you have a margin account of 3 to 1, 4 to 1, or whatever that number might be. Is that what you mean? I mean, I will, but I'm out of every trade at the end of the day. So I am the worst person to ask about market mechanics and things like that. Look at FFII. I cannot believe it did this finally. Oy, what a great short that I got stopped out of. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:08. Now, because I've been a little more distracted today, this is the first time I really haven't paid as much attention to the races as I would like to. I want to just give you a brief overview about what the races are all about. So those of you who know trade ideas, we've got top lists, and top lists are wonderful. I mean, you can sort what a top list is really used for. Let's just say you want to see the stocks that are up the most for the day, as an example, or up the most from the open. Okay, so you can rank stocks like that, or the ones with the highest relative volume. All you do is you just left click on a column, and then you can see how they're ranked. I'm going to click on the change from the open again. So, there's CLVS. So with these filters in place in this particular top list, I can see that CLVS is at the top, 37%. Okay. It's change from the open is 37%. Great. But what it's not telling me, is it moving now? I can't really tell unless I really stare at it and see if this price changes. Or what if something else is down here and it is starting to move? I would never know. Never ever would I know by staring at an essentially a static list of stocks. So that's what the races are so good at. You start off and I'm first of all, I'm going to direct you to our user guide. There's a section on racing which you really should take a look at if you want to get into it. There are a couple of videos, text. It all explains it all. But in essence, what I'm doing here is I'm running 4-minute races. So every 4 minutes, a new race is going to start. So this race is just over. So just think of it, okay, we've got a bunch of symbols, companies at the starting, and now the race will begin. So they're all equal. In other words, what I'm really trying to see is in all these stocks, what is really starting to move, from the open as the change from the open. And so that's why when you see Clovis up here and in the number one position, that means today, and you see 7 beside it, that means today Clovis won 7 races. Okay. And these are 4-minute races. And again, I have it on auto start. So once a race ends, another one begins. But sometimes what will happen is, I mean, let's just say Riot right down here starts to really start to move. I would not know that, unless I'm staring at this at 11% and I see it now it's at 12 and now it's at 13. But that'd be crazy. If you run a race, you can see the ones that are really moving in the top list. And sometimes, you'll see something that like with a big percentage. Now, you don't have to wait for the race to be over, of course, in order to take a look at it. If something is starting to move, like RGS starting to move, there it is. Okay. You might look at that and go, I'm really interested in this one right now. Or maybe you put a price alert. Maybe you want to take it if it pulls back. Maybe you want to take it if it takes out that high of yesterday, as an example. So it's not like you have to wait for the race to be over to see who the winner was or who's in second. As things are happening, you can click on the alert and you can see real time what's happening. So how I like to phrase this is, in my opinion, this is the best of both worlds. It's combining a top list window of stocks that you really want to be able to pay attention to and an alert window giving you real-time alerts. So I am, since listen, when we first started this, I was a real skeptic. I couldn't really figure out a way to use it. But I think it's now 2 weeks now that I've devoted myself really to just staring at this window all day. If they said to me, Trade Ideas, they said, you know what, we're changing our the way we work as a business. You can only have one window to look at. This would be it for me now. And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I really mean it. Now, I'm not saying this, nobody has to do exactly what I'm doing, but one of the things why I really like it is because it gets you to focus on one window rather than spreading yourself. I know sometimes, it's difficult when you start off with Trade Ideas, you don't want to miss anything. So you start creating all these different alert windows and top lists, and you've got, so many up, and you're clicking on alerts all day long and getting nothing done. And that was me. 2010, that was the 2010 version of me and Trade Ideas. And it took me a long time before I realized that, I've got to get rid of, some alert windows, some top lists. Otherwise, I'm just not going to get anything done. So even now, though, over the last couple of weeks, I've got rid of a lot of alert windows. I mean, I've got this here. These here are more, I mean, look how many I get during a day. I hardly get any. So it's not like it's a major distraction. And I still like to see this 10-day daily breakdown and the up. Again, not many, not a distraction. And then I'll also, again, not many. Now, these topping plays, I don't know what happened here, but normally we don't get so many. But again, not a big distraction. And that's it. But even with what I just said, if I feel I could get rid of everything and just concentrate on this. And so if you go to the guide, go to the TI stock race section, and you'll see, you always start off with the top list, and then you right click and launch the real time. And now at this point, this is up to you. I mean, I can't tell you what you're going to base your race on. I mean, I love this, the biggest gainers from the open, but that's me. I mean, how long you want the races to run is up to you. I have picked 4 minutes. No real reason. I wanted it more than 2 and I wanted it less than 5. So, and that, down the road, maybe I change it. I don't know. And then if you click on this as based on, you'll see if you click on that little down arrow, everything you see here, when you do that, it'll be all of the columns that you've got. Okay, so if you say, well, I'd like to base my top list on the change from the open, but I don't have the column. Well, you have to add it. Okay, and then you'll see it, then you can base it on the change from the open. And then this is the only, I call it trick, the sort on. I don't know any other reason other than to sort on delta. There must be other reasons, but I would sort on delta because that's going to show me the ones that are moving the most, the delta change, okay? And then if you don't have show company logos, when you do that, that means you're on an older version of Trade Ideas. I would recommend that you upgrade to the latest beta on our website. And then you'll get, if you want the race cars, that's fine, but that's how it all started. But now you can have the company logos. I think it takes up less space. I would use the replace cars. You see what happens is replace cars allows something that's you can't see, and it starts to move up, and it'll move to the top. As the percentage increases, it'll start to move up. That's what replace cars does. And the other one is auto rerun, because I'm assuming that most, once the race is done, you'd want to run the next race immediately. So that is what auto rerun does. And again, I'm not trying to explain everything about races right now, because I really, really think you should go to the user guide, because everything I'm saying is in the user guide. Meanwhile, MTech is inching his way up. Remember that big void looking left? It's not super dynamic, even though the float is only 4.5 million. I mean, it's up 20%. But with that float, that's starting to move now, guys. MTech. Yeah, TH is not doing it. Just not doing it. Boy, there are a lot of shorts available too. Interactive brokers, 750,000. All right, guys. Let's see. Have I got my? No, I've got my sound toggle is not off. I'm just not getting too many new alerts. So let me start. So this is a Bitcoin play, I think, right? BTCS. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me just take a look. Yeah, this is a Bitcoin play. BTCS, small one. But look at what happened to Mara. Yeah, but it's come right back. There was a big sell-off. I mean, it was up at 875, got back down to 8, but it is bouncing back. Whoa, Diebold. Looked at that back here. Larry, we're talking about fun, Phun. I know that usually ran with DWAC. DWAC doing? Yeah, it's running a bit. I think Lucid won a few races here? Maybe not. But Lucid is definitely 20, looks like 2080 or so is the next high looking left. Lucid's on a run here, LCID. Okay, so let's take a look at Clovis. Somebody's mentioning Clovis. Yeah, 327. Yeah, I mean it's above that weekly high, which was back in April of this year. So again, just because I thought 270 might stop it, and then this 280, and then that three, obviously I was wrong, But I've got to stick to what's worked for me in the past. But there's no question. I mean, this is. I don't even know if there's any news on it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it for Clovis CLVS. Now the other reason, and it's not like I do it often, but Mara would have been a classic one. I'm not a big pullback player, not because I don't agree with pullbacks. I think they're probably wonderful. I've just never been able to settle in figuring out how to play a pullback. I mean, there's all sorts of ways, bouncing off moving averages, etc. But for me, the type of trader that I am, I was just somebody who liked momentum. Okay. Things near the high or near the low of the day. I don't mean I just take the trade just because it's at the high or the low of the day, but let's just say something is basing just underneath the high or the low of the day, for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then it pops through that and makes a new high. That's the sort of thing that I kind of like, but never really, really gravitated to a pullback play. And so I tried, but I was finding I was getting too confused and distracting me from, what was really making sense for me. And that's what we're talking about, building a trading plan. You have to figure out what sort of a trader, what makes sense to you. But with the races now, look at this. I mean, this would have been more kind of ideal for me, because I look at a pullback. I don't like a pullback that just has, a few red candles and then it starts to move. I like to see a pullback and then sort of rests for a bit, sort of like Mara did, and then starts to move. I would never see that in any scan that I mean, okay, I shouldn't say that. I suppose I could create some kind of a scan that would show me that, but why? Because what happens is in the races, a stock can, get up to a high and then move back and then start winning a race because it's starting to move again, like Mara. I would never see that ever, ever, ever in my style of trading, because before I could see Mara in my style of trading, it would require a break of the high of the day, which would be 875. But that's already moved from 837 up to 860. So I don't know if that makes sense, but it's another way to play pullbacks. There was one yesterday. I can't remember. I think it might have been the Grove. think it might have been, oh, right there. Yeah, I mean, look at GROV. Let me get a big chart up explaining exactly what I'm talking about. It's a 15-minute chart, okay? So look at Grove, winning race after race after race after race after race, and got all the way up to 725. And then look at this. I mean, it really fell. But it was kind of basing here. I know there's some bottoming tails and all, but it was kind of basing here for about 45 minutes. Okay. Let me get it really big so you should see what I'm talking about. See how it's sort of basing here? And then all of a sudden it started winning a race here. And so when I clicked on it, as it was winning a race, I said, hey, wait a minute. I like this because it's kind of coming out of this little bit of consolidation and starting to move again. So I never would have seen that. Never, never, never. I mean, could I create a scan that could see, get something like this? Probably, but why not let the race tell me? So I don't talk about the races. I know some of you may be getting tired of me, but I'm telling you, especially if you're new to this program, to get you to focus just on one aspect. And look at the Mara. Yeah, I mean, look at the Mara. I didn't take this one because I've been yakking, but I mean, right there, a little bit of consolidation, and then the pop, and then it started winning a race. And you don't have to wait for the race to be over. That's what I keep trying to say. If you see something starting to move, it may be at the beginning of the move. And that's how many emails do we get saying, you know what, I'd love to take some of these, but they're already at the high or it looks like they're too extended. How can I catch it earlier? Here's how you can do it. Doesn't mean though, obviously just because something is starting to move that it's going to continue. But I'm telling you, I mean, look at ORMP right now. I mean, this is where did this come from? $4 a few days ago, not quite a double. And just speaking about the ORMP, and I know Zach put some information about it a little while ago. And it's not a crazy low float, 35 million in the float. So again, look left on the monthly chart first. Well, actually, the daily. So this is when you hear me talking about looking left all the time. That's why I have a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. So when I look left on a daily chart, I can't see anything. In other words, I can't see where the next high is. Okay. Everything that I'm seeing here. Now, could I expand it? Yeah, I could. I could do that, but why do that? Why not take a look then at the weekly chart? And then I'm looking left and I'm trying to see where's the next high in the weekly chart. And I can see right now it's 787. It's got room. It's got room. And when I say room, it means that until it hits that next high, which could stall it, it's got some room to run. It doesn't, I'm not trying to say that it's going to get to 787, but at least you don't have to imagine if all of this here were just above the current price. I'd be looking at that going, that looks like a lot of resistance to have to get through. So I would take a pass on it. Okay. But when I look at the weekly chart and I see that the next high is 787 and the price is at 715, I go, well, okay. At least I don't have to worry about like a lot of overhead maybe stopping this stock from going up. Now, there are all sorts of other reasons. I mean, some might look at this and go, wow, this is so extended, so those with shorts available may start to pile in. And I get that's valid. So I'm not saying, there are other reasons why, of course, the stock doesn't keep going higher. It's not just because of chart resistance. I mean, it's up 25%. So, profit taking, etc. But I always like to take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation, and that for me is just looking left. And that's why the MTech looked interesting because, when you look left, you don't even have to go to a weekly chart or a monthly chart. Just look left on this daily chart. There's your next high. Now, is it going to, I have no idea how close. I mean, what did it get to? Actually, got up to 173. Always check moving averages too. Make sure there's no 200-day moving average that's stalling it. I do not have a time limit. That's a question that actually it doesn't usually. I usually offer it if I'm in a trade, as long as it's working, even if it's working by a penny. Okay, I'll keep in the trade. Unless I've got some reason to get out because I need the money or something like that. Depends on your account size, of course. But no, I'll keep in a trade. I'll keep in a trade all day long, even if it's not moving, because out of nowhere, all of a sudden, maybe it starts to move. And so as long as I'm even if I'm up by a penny or two pennies, I'll keep in the trade. But that's me. That's me. For instance, if I'm not in this one, okay, just to tell you, but the MTech. So there's in the simulator in at 161. It's at 165. It's not doing too much. I would never be out of this trade though. Okay, because I'm up a little bit, and for all the reasons I got, if I were, I might be taking this trade in my real account. I'll have to wait and see. The next stop for Clovis, you mean where it could go to? Well, again, look left. Look left. What do you see? On the weekly chart, you can't see anything. The next high is 314, so it's right there. So it's taken that out. So your next step is looking at a monthly chart. And so on a monthly chart, the next high is 332. I mean, but listen, this took all this out like nothing, on the daily chart that I thought might stall it. So this is definitely kind of on a mission today. Well, SRG is doing its thing, guys. So again, look left. Can't see anything on the daily chart. So look left on the weekly and 1161. I mean, it's still got room. What a day. And again, if I look at a weekly chart and when I'm looking left, I can't see the next high. If all this were underneath the current price, that's why you look left on the monthly chart. I'm sorry, guys. I must have missed something. I know I asked for a reason why crypto is on the move. Did somebody say they're relaxing? I kind of saw a post, but there's a reason why crypto is on the move. Harry Yancey, I missed it. I got distracted. Okay, the Register, Digital Asset Regulation Framework. Okay, English, please. Well, look at this Lodge mark, LGMK. Now, see, the thing is, I mean, this is really racing here, but I mean, it's extended. If I had been, see, what can start happening is this LGMX, if I'd been paying attention, was probably moving up, moving up. And if I clicked on it here, I probably would have caught it right here, 134-ish. All right, guys, it's 11:39, so I just want to confirm that it is Andy in our YouTube room. When I take my break. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over there if you want, and you'll be there between 12 and 1. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. And the answer is yep. Boy, this APPH, guys, with all these little bottoming tails. Look at all these bottoming tails. This looks like it's getting poised for another high of the day break. This is what I mean. So take a look. I mean, look at all these bottoming tails here. What do these now topping tails are the reverse, but the bottoming tails, what do they mean? It means that at one point the sellers had this down, in this candle here. Let's get it really bigger. Okay, so on that candle right there, sellers had it down to 467. Buyers closed it at 476. Sellers tried again. They got it down to 467 again. Buyers closed it up here at 476 again. Sellers tried again down to that 467 mark. Buyers said, no way. so far. I mean, this candle still has another 4 minutes to close, but the buyers are stepping in every time these sellers try to knock it down. Eventually, think of it this way, eventually one side gives up. It's like a constant battle all day long between the buyers and the sellers. Now, the sellers are still trying. See what happens. See if this 467 holds. But eventually, I mean, if the buyers keep moving it higher, the sellers will probably give up for a while and say, you know what, you guys can have it. Maybe we'll look at it later. It's the same thing on topping tails. If you had a series of topping tails, not in this case, but if you had a series of topping tails, what that would mean is that, the buyers had it up to a certain price, sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up to a price, sellers knocked it down. Again, that battle, that constant battle all day long with any stock you can think of. Now, some are more dramatic than others, with the bottom tails and topping tails, but that's what it is. It's just again, this constant battle. You're welcome, Timothy. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. How did that LGM case? Yeah, see, that was the problem with it, right? I mean, it was so extended. But maybe see what happens here. Maybe it pulls back to 133, kind of rests for a while, and then starts again. I'd be interested in that one. But where did it get to? Got up to 154. Again, if I look left, I cannot see anything. So now I'll look left on the weekly, and I see 151. Then after that, I see 195. You can kind of see that if it can somehow get through that 150 level, it's got a shot to the 2 level, and that's the LGMK. Okay, guys, 11:44. So in about 15 minutes, Andy will take over in our YouTube room. Market is just kind of pausing here. So this is the first time I've had an opportunity to look at Zach's topping tails. Man, some tremendous ones here. So there's EDU 2514 on the top, and that really didn't go much higher than that. And there's almost a dollar move down. Let's take a look at AGL 2691. So that one, yeah, it moved up to 2712. Not tremendously higher. Nice little move down. AUVI, cheap one, 237. Not really a big move there. In the Mara though, 844 on, yeah, that, well, I guess it got down to 807, but choppy. So some really good ones from the topping scan. Again, this is one of the ones I'm sharing. I go to my home page. Actually, not one of them. It comes in a pair. So you've got your bounce plays and Viru. My goodness, Viru really, really bounced off nicely off that basically 12. Michael, you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to figure this stuff out, okay? You know, you keep saying stuff like that, talking to somebody in their YouTube room, not understanding why, everything looks like grid news and the market just doesn't react the way you think it should. You'll drive yourself crazy. Yeah, HGen. Yeah, I saw that a little bit. There's that APPH again, guys. It is really it's so interesting, this little battle that's going on. I really think that if it can take out that high, it might have a shot to get through 5, and 480 is the next high, 488, and then that 548. Yeah, and there goes ORMP. You're right. Another move higher here. 780s. Yeah, I mean that's right. We looked at this before. 787 is the next high looking left. Interesting. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers for APPH. So that I don't know how widespread that is. Of course, it's nice if it's going long. If you're going long something and there are no shorts available, with many brokerages, then you don't have to worry as much about downwards short selling pressure. Steve, my vid today is going to be APPH. If you can hear me. Especially if the longer it holds over that moving average, that 200-day. All right, guys, let's see, HGen. Yeah, HGen. Oh, wow, HGen now over 339 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Somewhat extended, but man, some of these are just, I remember seeing this one back here. Look at the moves in some of these really cheap ones. $1.60 4 days ago, $3 now, not quite a double, and fairly steady. I have a topping tail on that day, so got up to 232, closed down here at 2, which is not a horrible pullback, but And so, Steve, I've been instructed to do these my vids in 60 seconds or less. So this is a challenge. I don't know. We're trying to get all this stuff on social media, but so I'm going to race through the APPH. I'll mention you about 4 times, and that's it. All I have time for. And I'm talking to Steve Gomez, who's in our YouTube room right now. He's having fun. I have to keep. I got my price alert set for TH. I'm just surprised that it is not moving a little more. A little more. I mean, it's 32 times relative volume. It has had the news. They basically have upped their guidance or confirmed guidance, or they're raising their FY22 outlook. Okay, so that caused a huge pop. I mean, there was room still, but it's just kind of resting here. I mean, this is going to obviously go one way or the other. I mean, I just don't think it's going to rest at 7 for the rest of the day. A lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 753,000 as we speak. So any sign of weakness, I might have to hop on a short then for the TH. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 7. And I'm going to bracket my price alerts. I'm going to put one at around 711 and just see if it takes out that little channel that's been formed. LA time pumping talk, okay? TALK. Hawk space. Virtual behavioral healthcare company. All right. $400 for 4 weekly live sessions. Wow. Okay. Never heard of this. Ooh, now why did this one happen? EOSE, okay, this was a flyer from a couple of days ago, but it pulled all the way back. It got up to what, 174, pulled back to 142, stabilized a little bit yesterday. Now it's at, looks like it's at the high or getting close to the high of 2 days ago. Yeah, but it's got 180. Yeah, I'm not in love with it. I'm looking left, I see 180, I see 188, I see 2. So to me, excuse me, but to me, okay, there's TH making a little, yeah, but no, the next thing, of course, what we want to see is volume. And I don't see any volume on the TH. So I'm looking at a 15-minute chart, looking at a 5. We've got a mess going on with the 2-minute chart. I know this has got to be fixed. This is on the development version that I'm on. You shouldn't see anything that looks like this, but I'd like to see a little volume bar that stands out, and I'm not seeing it. So consequently, just because it popped up doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade. I want to see some volume, and there isn't any. That's right. They did have that big deal, but I mean, it charged it up, yes, but it just fizzled the day of, and then the next day. To me, there's just a lot of resistance between here and 2. It's not a crazy high float either, 46 million. All right, guys, it's getting close to Andy showing up. So what I'm going to do is just put the announcement in. I'm going to wait for Andy to show up on break. I'll be back around 1 p.m. Eastern time, of course. And I will just wait for that little ping that I know Andy is in the room. All right. Well, for you pullback players, I mean, look at LGMK. There's a 3 bar pullback on the 5 minute chart. I think if Real were here, he's on vacation for lucky him, basically for taking the summer off. Says he might pop in every now and then, but he might say that a break or 138 after a 3 bar pullback on the 5 minute chart. 138 is the high of that previous 5 minute candle on LGMK. That might signify a bit of a run. Okay, and of course I saw it right here. Well, Grove keeps, I think I still have my alert set for around 8 for Grove. Yeah, this doesn't look good. I mean, it had that beautiful move, and then it looked like maybe here it was going to start recovering, but now, the sellers are really in control. Okay, guys, just waiting for Andy to, excuse me, Andy to show up. What a short that FFI was. It's such a great percentage move. And it just got me out of the trade. And there he is. Hi, Andy. If you can hear me.
Hey, Barry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and
All right. How are you, man? Sorry, meant to come in a little bit early, but I had to go grab some cough drops. I couldn't find them. Uh,
something going on
Something going on? What do you mean?
with your throat?
Yeah, I actually had COVID. I'm just getting over COVID.
Oh
So
no.
yeah,
Uh, you're about well, I only know a few that
yeah.
have had it, but how did it knock you out or what?
Uh, Not bad. It was 3 days. Wasn't fun, but never a never a fever. Just a lot of coughing. Congestion.
Yeah.
Just kind of like a bad cold is what it is to
Yeah,
me.
okay. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
yeah. So
I don't have it. I know I'm coughing. I'm okay.
yeah,
All
it's
right.
go ahead.
I'll let you go now, or I'll get out now. I got this video to do right now. So, but I'll
Okay.
probably pop in about 5 2, and we can have maybe a chat and see how you're doing. And you can take over right now.
All right.
And I see your screen. Yes, I see your
Oh,
screen.
all right. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Barry.
Andy.
Have a good one,
Okay, bye
buddy.
bye. You too.
Uh-huh. Hey guys. Hey Mike C. How are you, buddy? All right, guys. Welcome to the support webinar, the Friday edition. My name's Andy. I'll be walking you through the next hour. So if you do have any questions, about the software, hey Jim, how are you? Software. This is a great place. If you don't have any, we can always talk trading. Nice little bounce this morning, but very little follow through. It's but some nice opportunity. Hi, Iris. How are you doing? Steve, you're gonna have to show me how to do that at some point. Click the icon on the far right to make the screen full with no sidebars. Okay, let me see if I can do that. Click the icon on the far right. What kind of icon? The trade ideas icon? He says he'll do it. He'll come in and do it for me. The banners icon? Just tell me what you're doing so I'll know in the future. Under the video. Did There you go. Does that work? Or did you do it? Oh well. Okay. Yeah, maybe if you could circle the icon you're referring to and send me an image for the future, I'd quit having to have you get in here and do that. No one's ever. I guess I could try to figure it out, but easier if you just tell me. Why is the ETF race not working? The ETF race should work, Iris. I could test it out real quick just to make sure. Okay, let's run 10 cars. Let's do it for 15 minutes. Let's do change from the open, change from the open, fire it off. And yeah, it's not working for you. Do you have symbols in your race or is it just blank? Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Yeah, you got nothing. Okay. Do you have in your symbol list? Do you have symbols in your symbol list? Okay. Oh, okay. So Steve says there's a bug with the races. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Mine seemed to be working fine today. So maybe it's not on my current version, but but when you have a sector analysis, you have to have symbols in here. Okay, Iris. So you have to, let me know if you don't have symbols in your sector analysis, or obviously you're not going to be racing anything if you don't have any symbols in there. Grab some Mara. I didn't. I didn't. That was a nice little move today. Me looking for the swing trades. Actually, that wouldn't have probably been a bad, swing trade. Some nice. Uh, did Riot go with it? Yeah, it did. So I guess probably coin went as well. Yep. So obviously that there's been a Bitcoin move. So that's a way you can play Bitcoin with the stocks. No, I've been doing okay the last couple of days. Me, I've been focusing on my China plays, and they've kind of been fizzling out a little bit. Just disappointed in some of them, especially this TAL. With the move you've seen in Edu lately. I was in that, but I'm out now. I got out way too early, but made some money on it. But this TAL, which is basically in the same sector, I've been in this thing probably since about 8 trading days. It's been looking like it wants to break out forever, and it just won't do it. Of course, I'm in right about here, so it's not like I'm getting hurt or anything. But man, it's really frustrating. Made some decent money on SOL today, playing the JKS move. I actually bought that yesterday at 481. Sold half. Now I'm I don't know what to do. I may have to just give up on this TAL, but it keeps bouncing off the 20, so I'm gonna have to get it a close below the 20. Oh, nice. Nice. Good job on Soul. Yes, that was a nice move this morning. Just, you know, I was disappointed I didn't get to I was too busy this morning with in chat to get that off in the trader's eye for a possible swing. I think if it does ever get above this, 530 level, man, this thing could really get going. But somebody's trying to hit me up here. All right. Uh, but once again, the market is basically flat on the day. Nice little move off the bottom there, but I took a lot of profits because it just not just hadn't had a whole lot of follow through lately this year actually. So this DDL, I sold half of that yesterday, and it's rolling them. I kind of bought a little bit of lithium this morning. It doesn't look good on the chart, but just seeing a lot of entry, a lot of this RIVN's been one of my better trades. I bought it yesterday at 30, actually about 30.45 in my account. I've already sold like 75% though. But man, yeah, a lot of my China trades have been fizzling out lately, so just can't take a look at KWeb. Yeah, it just can't. It's kind of stalling out here above the moving averages, but FXI looks a little bit better. All right, was interesting to understand how the check mark alert works based upon. Yeah, Daniel. I'm gonna have to send that one unless somebody knows. I don't know the math behind the check mark. Uh, I don't know if you sent the email in like I requested, because I can send that over to a dev guy. They can they know how the math behind it, how it kind of works. Unfortunately, yeah, the traders don't know a lot of the math. We're just we're just traders. But yeah, if you'll send that to info at trade-ideas.com, I'll get you an answer for that. Yeah, the info, this gets directed. We can direct this to the dev department as well. So just info at trade-ideas.com, and that's the kind of the corporate email where everything gets directed and redirected to the right person. So we'll definitely get you an answer on that. Yes, Michael. Sol is a solar stock. It's been stuck in the mud for a very long time. Uh, but it did have earnings back on. Well, it's off now because we're past like the 2 week window. But I believe it was right over here, and it reacted pretty good off earnings. But now it's just been channeling. I think if it can ever get out of this channel, especially if the solars continue to go, it could have a nice move. Of course, I would prefer to be in DQ, maybe on a pullback. I'll be watching that for solar is always one uh, kind of the bellwether over here in the United States, and then you got JKS, which has always been a strong, just a horse. But one reason back over here, I passed on JKS. I really wanted to buy it after this kind of spinning top below its 50 and popped back up. But Soul was outperforming during that time. So I'm thinking, oh, maybe there may be, and they got an upgrade or something like that. And I'm thinking maybe there's a changing of the guard here, But no, yeah, Soul was during this time over here was actually, you could see, kind of outperforming that JKS. It was holding up better. It wasn't pulling back as hard, but it still may get going. I still got half my position. All right. A while back, you mentioned you may be doing a morning chat session. Yeah, Bill. We kind of put that on the back burner because we got a little bit shorthanded in support. Uh, one of our guys got moved over to the dev department. We're doing so much development. They come and steal my support hires. so so we just can't work that in at this time. And plus, I'm still kind of beta testing this swing idea. And not only that, it's not the great market to basically introduce a swing service. It's really tough. I mean, I've had some great calls, but man, many times you're just subject of the market. And you take a pounding, but overall, it's doing really well. But uh, it's anybody can tell you this is not an easy market to swing trade for sure. I haven't been in the miners or the metals in a long, long time, but I did pick up a tiny bit of silver the other day. If I go back and pull up the weekly, and this is nothing but technical, guys. Okay, it's got a nice little ledge right here that it's sitting at. Big support pivot level right here in silver. So I did pick up just a small bit of that, and of course, if it breaks down below uh, this low, I may bounce out. Picked up some Newmont today, uh, gold and silver. Of course, you got to watch the dollar when you're buying these things. If the dollar, can get tired, but boy, it's just been a monster. It has been a monster. Maybe it's getting a little bit tired, but boy, I wouldn't bet on it. All right, but yeah, Bill. Hopefully in the future, yeah, we may launch something like that where we can have an hour or so of doing a morning session on looking for potential swing trades. uh it's just that our I would probably need to bring over each morning, probably. I just don't want to be the only one with eyes looking at it, so I'd probably have to bring over either Steve or Chris, and that just kind of leaves us a little bit limited right now in support. All right, let me see. Okay, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. Yeah, somebody will get back to you. Yeah, EMPH is another solar, very strong chart. It's a nice little, level it's trying to get above, but not really interested right now. I'll tell you what I am. I'm interested maybe in selling this stupid towel. I think I've just had about enough of this. I don't care if it's only a 5 cent loser. I've been patient for, what's this, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, trading days. Uh, Sorry, I was reading a text. Let's see. How about just covering how about covering the basics or intro to swing trading today if possible? Uh well, yeah, it's tough to just do like a I can tell you my style and it's different in different markets. Like a lot of times what I'm doing right now is uh I'm not chasing. Okay, chasing will get you in trouble. I know it's tempting. I chased one a little bit today, 8. Now, I liked 8 because on the daily here it was popping above. You got the bird in the hand, you got the 10 period moving average, and now it's above the 20 period moving average. So wasn't a big chase. I did buy it at 72, but even still, that's a bar yesterday and then another, you know, 12-cent move today. I would rather buy this thing, pullbacks. So, but that one not too much of a chase. What I don't want to do is, be the one to, let's say, chase this one up here because it's taking out this high right there. You know, this is the kind of market that you get you get hurt when you're chasing these highs because it broke out. Now, in a very strong bull market, you get a pattern like this and it breaks out above this, you may get a continuation. But right now, the sellers are happy to take profits quick because they know they may not last very long. Uh, so what I do in a bear, if I'm going to go long, I look for pullbacks. Now a lot of this will be done in homework, looking for stocks that are pulling back and setting price alerts. Uh, but and then I'm probably only taking half size. I'm trying to find one. Uh, well, yeah, silver is a good example. I mean, it is silver, and I know it's broken, but I have a reason for getting in, and I played it with half size. I'm not, buying it over, breaking out, trying to buy breakouts right here. I'm buying on a pullback now. Ugly chart, half size, and quick to get out if I'm wrong. This is not one you sit around in and think, "Oh man, maybe I'll average down, buy a little bit more. It's got to bounce." No, whether I'm buying on a pullback on a moving average or buying on support, like I just showed you, that's weekly support in silver. I have a reason for doing it, uh, but I'm only doing it half size now. If it gets some legs and maybe takes out this, you know, 5-day moving average up here coming down and gets above 18, maybe I'll add to the position then. But yeah, I'm in no hurry. So a lot of my trades are like that. I'm buying on pullbacks, uh, or I'm looking for stocks that have maybe basing and trying to break out of a range. RIVN was a better one. Now, what I didn't like about RIVN was the 2 days it had prior to where I bought it. Okay, but it was a pretty big level for me, and what I liked about it was this volume bar, and this was showing incredible relative strength to the market. So it had 2 big up days, a gap up here and huge volume and closing close to highs. So there was a lot of reasons why, I took something like this versus something like EDU, which had already had been moving for a month, up 20 to 30%, and then breaking out. So that's a little bit different. This is more, if you look at this pattern right here, this is basing and trying to move out of it. Uh, so for me, that's not like buying a breakout, even though it was kind of breaking out of a 1 month high there when I bought it. Uh, trying to find example. Oh, FXI was a good one. I bought on, okay, strong chart, outperforming the spies, the Qs, pretty much every index out there. Okay, FXI has been strong. Great example. Okay, I bought it right here. You can see the price at 33.10 off the 20-day moving average. Okay, so and you can build some alerts like this. It's really easy to build alerts, for stocks that are strong and pulling back and touching their 10, 20 period moving average, whatever you want to create. So what's great about our software, that way you can get real time alerts when it hits that moving average and hitting a new low. So for me, that was worth the risk right there. Okay, so I do more of that type of buying in a bear market than I do, trying to buy breakouts on longs. Trying to think of another one. Newmont, pretty much same idea. Basing pattern. A lot of bottoming tails right here as it tried to go lower. Bam, tried to go lower, tried to go low. A lot of bottom tails. People are buying this stock down here, and then you kind of had a move in gold this morning, and that's why GLD. And that's kind of why I bought Newmont. Of course, now it's pulled back. So uh, once again, yeah, not chasing. If I'm wrong, I get out. If I'm right, maybe I add to my position if it gets, above the 10 or the 20 period moving average there. Careful about adding though in a bear market because what you're doing is you're kind of killing your average. So right now I'm in at 59.92. Let's say it gets above, the 61.40 level, and then I add in, well, there goes my average of 59. Now it's back down to, 60 and 60.50 or whatever it would be. So I'd have to be really have a lot of conviction to add to a trade higher. Okay, let me move on there. I wish I had more time, kind of uh but you know what I'll do? Maybe I'll do one of my next webinars coming up. Just more. I haven't done one in a while on swing trading and share some more ideas. Probably the biggest key is, you know, taking profits. All right, quick. Like today on that up move, I sold a lot, tons of stuff, just because I know the market is just having such a hard time getting any follow through. And I get a nice move, I sell half. The problem is I probably should sell all, and just scout. But no, I'd like to catch some of this stuff if we have a continuation move in the market. It's just been really hard to get. All right. You're welcome, Daniel. Let's see. CPG had many upgrades in the last 2 days, and this morning had another upgrade this morning to 7050 after paying off 300 million of debt raised to dividend. Okay, CPG. Though that's all good news, and not performing very well. Well, I can tell you one thing. It's an oil and gas. I've noticed the oil and gas plays have had a tough time holding any higher move. I don't want to say they've had their move. A lot of times that's what you see. They had a huge move, ever since last year at this time. So they've been going up for a year. So you got to be careful anytime you're trying to play short-term bounces, on these stocks where a lot of sellers. Not only that, you got to think if we are going into a recession, which I think we are, usually doesn't fare all that great for, you know, oil. Well, a lot of people pull back and start spending a lot less on traveling and things like that. So a lot of times oil will come down, just like the market is. I just sell the rest of that. I scalped half of it yesterday. Now it's getting below my entry price. Like for it to hold this level. It was a nice looking chart, kind of breaking out. Nah, I don't have that much. Let it wiggle and jiggle. It's a difficult market. This has been the toughest market since 2009, in my opinion, no doubt. And it could last a while. Let's see. Can you scan for stocks holding VWAP near the S? Yeah. Now I could do those things. But I can't. I don't know if you want the VWAP and the 10 SMA near each other. That's kind of tough to do. But as far as holding up VWAP and near the 10 SMA, that's pretty easy. I can show you how to do it. You could just build you uh, a top list if you like, and I'm just going to show you the two filters that you could use. Just go to the search, type in VWAP. Now, are you looking at VWAP one, the intraday VWAP? Well, whichever one you decide to use is basically a 1 day or an intraday, 2 day, 3, 4, 5. So we'll start with the VWAP. So to make sure it's only trading, I mean, above the VWAP, all you have to do is put zero point 0.01 in the min column. Okay, that will assure you that the stock is trading above the VWAP one. And then to make sure it's near the 10 SMA, and I'm thinking you're talking about intraday. But once again, you can make these dailies, you can make them whatever time frame you want. So we'll just do 10 SMA, and we'll use the 15-minute. And like I said, you can use whatever you want, and you want to add the alert or filter. And here's the way I like to do it: just bracket it, put a negative -0.05, 0.05, okay, on the 10-period moving average. Or if you want to open up and get more stocks in there, you can use a negative -0.1, and go with a positive -0.1 on the other side. And we'll just fire this and see. Oh, great. I'll tell them about that reception. So all these stocks right now are above their VWAP, and they should be touching their. Let's put a volume parameter to the limit so we can see stuff better. Uh, Average steady volume. Let's put at least 300,000. Okay, let's find some like this halo here. You can see it's below the 10-period moving average. If you don't want it, you said near its 10-period moving average. If you don't want it below, all you got to do is this: just change this minimum to 0, and now everything will have to be above. Now, when they drop, sometimes you'll see them drop, but remember there's a 30-second refresh on there, so they should disappear after the 30-second refresh. Excuse me, guys. I gotta sneeze here, I'm afraid. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so who was it that asked about this? Jathan, okay. Excuse me. Oh man, guys, this may be I may be doing this a lot during this session. Sorry. So Jathan, let me change the name to this right here, and we'll just say above VWAP. I'll just give it to you, and you can kind of give you a starting point above VWAP, and we'll just say near 10 SMA. And like I said, you can go in here and make some changes and create it and do what you want to with it. And okay, above VWAP, near 10 SMA. There you go. Now, probably what I would do if I want to further configure this would be to add a maybe a relative volume. So you see stocks, that are doing relative volume. So if we sort by relative volume, you'll see these stocks that are CNC looks pretty good. You can see it's doing nice relative volume sitting there. It's a bear flag. I mean, sorry, bull flag right there. Nice move up, trading sideways. All right, let me see, get some more questions here. Yeah, Michael, that CPG. Let's take a look, and if you there's the energy. Yeah, see, so you're getting the same type of pattern there. Okay, there's the energy sector, and that's what we've been seeing. And I mean, this thing was so strong that you could just buy pullbacks, buy pullbacks. Look at the move this thing's had, over like the last year. So it's had a huge move, but lately they have just been selling any strength, any little bounce, and trying to get above the 10-period moving average in the XLE, the energy sector. So that's kind of trumping all the news in that CPG. So that's the kind of thing you have to take into consideration. So yeah, it looks very close. Very similar to that sector, and unfortunately, that's kind of what you get in today's market. It just seems like a lot of the stocks. I don't know if it's because all the algorithms out there. They kind of trade with their sector. No matter what kind of news is behind them, they just kind of want to act whatever, do whatever the overall sector is doing. But one good thing is it's above the 10-period moving average. Hopefully, it can stay there. Well, just below it now, so maybe you can get a little bounce here and get back above it, but pretty much right there. All right. How about best time of day for in and out and swing trading? It's not really it's not kind of like day trading. Day trading, it seems like your best moves are, the first 3 hours of the day. You kind of get most of your action. Swing trading can pretty much be, all day long because you're looking for opportunities and depending on your style. Now, if you're looking for breakouts, maybe that's best in the morning. But if you're looking maybe stocks that are pulling back right now, hitting levels that you find interesting. So swing trading, there's no really uh, uh, correct time of or best time of day. I don't think for me. Uh, I probably do most of my trades in the morning, but that doesn't mean I can't find opportunity, in the afternoon as well. Let me check my positions real quick.
Andrew,
Hey, what you doing?
I
You're
know I'm
it's
early.
early.
Well, I heard you hacking and wheezing and sniffing and everything, so I'm wondering if you want to take off now, you can.
Oh man, would you do
If
that
you're
for me?
feeling it. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time keeping this keeping this cough down, man.
Yeah. No,
I keep having to go on mute, man.
I've
It's just
heard.
I feel a lot better. It's just the congestion, the leftover, the cough and stuff like that, and congestion in the chest. But
Exactly.
I sure appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no, I'll take over now. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Thank you very much, man.
Okay, let me
And you
just
have
get
a
my.
great weekend. Oh, go
You
ahead. I'll wait.
too. Okay, I think I'm streaming now. So yeah, take care of yourself.
All
And
right. Thank you, buddy. I
okay,
appreciate it. All right.
okay,
See
bye.
you guys, everybody. Have a great weekend.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Andy is feeling a little under the weather, so I let him off a little bit early from our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm back now. And so I see that while I was gone, the TH actually broke down below that 7 level. Hmm. Oh, two box. No, two box. No, we cannot scan intraday candles like you want. In other words, we've had questions like, can you? I want to see the this candle being higher than the previous 5 minute candles or 15 minute. You pick your time frame. So the answer is no. Okay, two box. The answer is no. I didn't know that Andy had not answered your question. Okay, so I'm not a massive all. Okay, so Hans, in our main room, I was asked a question. I know what VWAP is, but what does it really mean when it is approaching it or moving away from it in terms of what would you do in those cases, buy or sell? Okay, so this is the theory. Okay, if something is way above the VWAP, then in theory, because that's where a lot of the action is, you could get it could regress back to that area. Okay. Conversely, if it's way below the VWAP, in theory, it could start moving back towards the VWAP. That is theoretical. I only use it. I use it sort of the same way as maybe the 200-day moving average. So right here, for instance, TH at 739. There's the VWAP. So if this were up here at 796 and moving down, and then I would be watching to see what it would do at the VWAP. Would the VWAP hold it? In other words, would it bounce off it and then continue higher, back up, or would it take it out? So to me, it's a little bit like the 200-day moving average. I'm aware of it. I put more credence, to be honest, in the 200-day moving average. I don't have many indicators on my charts, but I certainly know the 200-day. I have a line on it. I don't I'm aware of the VWAP, okay, but I'm not a massive VWAP player. That doesn't mean to say that you or anybody else shouldn't be. So I am aware of it, but I think that's the theory, something that's way extended, sort of mean regression. Okay, mean regression. Am I a Momo trader? Absolutely. Momentum trader, yes. So I mean, yeah, things can they bounce off the VWAP and as as you say, yeah, sort of bounce off, or I mean, it's in theory. Well, I mean, if you know the definition, where a lot of the volume is, so is it going to act as support if a stock is approaching it from above, or is it going to act as resistance if a stock is approaching it from below? So that's why, I mean, we have scans that you can have that will show you stocks that are near the VWAP or crossing the VWAP. You can create a top list that'll show you stocks that are very near the VWAP, which might be interesting. Or we do have an alert, though I do know that it requires a volume confirmation because, things can go up and down through that VWAP like a lot. So we do have the VWAP alert, which is crossing above and crossing below. But again, a lot of times these do require a little bit of volume confirmation. You don't want to see something crossing it on two shares, as an example, okay? Did I catch PSNY? I know it. I don't think I saw it today, but it doesn't mean it. Nope, I didn't. Just want to see if it showed up anywhere in my other scans. Yeah, see, one of the reasons why it's not showing up for me is because the relative volume is less than one. Okay, so virtually all of my scans need a relative volume of at least, well, some of them are 8, some of them are 3, but at least 1. So consequently, it would not show up. Okay, so does that, so if you say, well, why do you have a relative volume? Why don't you just reduce that? You're right. I would have seen this one, excuse me, but it probably will introduce 20 others that I don't care about. So there's always a trade-off, when you create your scans and your filter values. And I don't get bent out of shape because I miss something like that, because there's always another bus coming. This MyTech reminds me, or whatever it's called, yeah, or Maris technology. Sorry, that's not MyTech. Reminds me, what was that one yesterday that we waited forever for? I think a 150 break, and then it just tanked after that. What was that one yesterday? You guys will know it was a small one. It was about $1.50. We waited for $1.50 break. We had the price alert. It alerted us, and then it just sat there for maybe an hour or less, and then it just tanked after that. Somebody is going to know. This APPH. I tell you, the longer it just keeps holding. Twitter. You can Twitter. Wow. Yeah, Rogers network outage disrupts Canada internet access. Bank transactions. Yeah. So you were right, Dak. And my wife I'm not on Rogers anymore on my cell phone. So yeah, her cell phone doesn't work right now. But you're absolutely right. There's the headline. How do you zoom in charts Like that. Okay, so two box, you left click on a chart. Okay, left click on a chart just to let Trade Ideas knows what to know what chart you're in. So you left click on the chart. So I'm in this daily chart right here on Twitter. Press down on the control key on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down. And then on your scroll, oops, I guess I was on the other one. Here we go. Scroll wheel on your mouse. Okay, just scroll in and out. Okay, so when you say we can't, I mean, that's all you have to do. Okay. So again, left click on a chart, control key, press down, keep it pressed down, and then most scroll wheel on your mouse. I think you can also use the, if you don't want to, if you don't have a scroll wheel or something, I think you can use the right and left arrows on your keyboard. And I'm doing that now. At least I just find it easier to use the scroll wheel if you've got one. Most I think have. Thank you, Pepe. There you go. I don't have too many sounds anymore, but thank you. Thank you very much. There you go. So for instance, two box, you asked about the PSNY. Now I see the warrants anyway are showing up in the, it's Polestar, yeah. So I'm showing that the warrants are showing up here. And I can see that the warrants are at least, relative volume is just sneaking over one. Okay, so last time we looked at the Dow, everything was positive, but now, of course, with this 45 or almost an hour straight down, NAS and Dow and SPY are negative. So this SRAX, you're talking about SRAX. So it actually had earnings during well, it says during market hours. I don't see anything. I don't know if that's correct then. It says it had earnings during market hours. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's next week, July the 11th. So that's on Monday. So that is Monday. They're having earnings, SRAX. I don't know if this is what I would call to me, 268 could easily stall it. Looking at that, all that action on the 5-minute chart. All right, guys. Well, even though I don't have too many alert windows firing at me, I'm not getting any new alerts. ZYME, I don't know, maybe a bit of a break here. ZYME at some kind of consolidation. Let's look left and see what we have. Yeah, I see 638, I see 649, I see 653. So, I mean, between here and 650, there could be just a lot of blockage. ZYME. No, two bucks, no. And the question was, can Trade Ideas auto load a chart when a symbol shows up on a scanner? No. Um, If you had an alert window, if you only had one, say, alert window, and it didn't produce very many alerts during the course of the day, that might make sense. But let's face it, if you've got alerts coming at you, I mean, you wouldn't have any time to look at a window, at a chart. So that's one reason. I mean, if you truly want to surf, so what this will do, you can try the idea of surfing. And so what this will do is it'll go through every top list window that you've got open. And as you have the top list windows sorted, so for instance, I've got this sorted on the previous, oops, I shouldn't have it there. I want to have it on position in the day's range as an example. So it'll take the top three as you have them sorted, okay, in a top list window and load, okay, and that'll go through every single top list window that you have, and it'll cycle through them all. If you have price alerts, it'll also cycle through your price alerts. And then it'll just keep going over and over and over again. When it's, say you had 4 top list windows and a price alert window, it'll go through all 5 of those and then start again. That's what it does, Toolbox. So it just automatically loads a chart. Okay, so it automatically loads a chart if you have some top list windows open. And in order to stop it, obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but so it's a toggle. So beside the sound icon, currently ID is surfing. So if I can turn it off, then it says it's pause. If I start it again, if I wanted, if a chart loaded that I wanted to take a heart, wow, this one was awesome, guys. I missed the boat on this KURS. Wow. So let me bring back, if I click on an alert, it stops. Okay. So if I click on an alert, it'll stop surfing. Okay. I'm going to start it again though. If I wanted to look at this, if I wanted to look at this for a lot longer, like I say, I see a chart and I like it, I can go to the chart and it will pause it. Okay, and so I can take a look at the chart for a lot longer because I think I'm on about a 3 or 4 second cycle. This is not customizable for you guys. Maybe down the road it will be in terms of how long you want it to be on a chart. But the principle then is if you see a chart you like and say, wait a minute, so you go to the chart and it'll pause it. Okay. And then once you get off the chart, you see how it says continue idea surfing. When we don't have repeat on in a multi-strategy window, will it mute all of the other strategies too? I don't understand the question. If you don't have repeat on in your multi-strategy window, no, okay. So if you've got, a multi-strategy window with, I don't know, 10 strategies in it, and you get a symbol from one, and then you get the same symbol from another, it'll show it. It won't prevent it as long as you don't have it on don't repeat. Now, I found out later, a few weeks ago, because this never used to be, you never used to be able to do this. I guess you can, let's see if I can, you can put don't repeat on just on several strategies, but because before it was all or nothing, I think anyway. I think that's what Chris told me. I didn't realize that. But if you don't put, if you just have it running normally, you could see the same symbol in other strategies in a multi-strategy window. If that's your question. the break. I don't know, two bucks. I mean, the minimum is 1 minute. The minimum is 1 minute. I don't think, I mean, seconds, you may as well have it then. What's the point of putting don't repeat on for 2 seconds? That's an example. I mean, so I think the lowest is 1 minute. I wouldn't find it, personally, I wouldn't find a need for, 30 seconds or 20 seconds. If that's what you mean. Well, then I would put it 1 minute. And the other thing too, two box, and you probably have too many things happening. If you've got so much coming in all the time, just like I said, you probably want to increase, either your minimum volume or your relative volume. Do things like that. Yes, you'll miss some of the stuff, just like we talked about the PSNY, but you just have to accept that. I think that's better than having so many alerts coming at you all day long and you're clicking like mad and you're getting nothing done. And when I'm talking to you, I'm not talking to you specifically. I mean, that's just in general. I did the same thing. Okay. I used to have too many alerts, alert windows. At one point, I probably had about 30 of them. And this is going way back because I didn't want to miss anything. Yeah. Well, you've hard to accept. Well, you just have to say to yourself, look, Trade Ideas can find lots of opportunities all day long. I'm going to miss the odd one, but you just have to accept it. I had to accept it. It's hard, yeah, especially if you have a strategy that you really like and you think, man, how can I get rid of that one? Well, okay, if you really like it, you probably don't get rid of that one, but you just have to figure out a way. That's why I'm falling in love with the races. One thing to really concentrate on all day long. Well, again, you're only making it the problem two box by having it. Getting. Listen, I know what you're saying. I was the same way. Click like mad all day long, getting nothing done. Now, if all of the pops and drops are tradable, if all of them, then pick one. I mean, you can't possibly trade them all anyway. I don't think. Unless you're trying to auto trade, which I don't agree with. So yeah, so pick one. So if you're saying they're all tradable, then pick one then and trade it. Never mind the rest of them. But my advice, I mean, look how many alerts I have here. The 10-day daily breakout. This is what I've got. 10-day daily breakdown, only one. Now you might say, well, I want more than that. Well, you can reduce the. Sometimes I have more in this one, less in this one, but this is super manageable. As an example. All right, guys. Let's see. Target TH, not target, but TH. Target hospitality. This has got nothing to do with Target, right? Okay. All right, this PHAS, I'm just noticing it now. I wasn't seeing it before, but it's just breaking over a dollar now. Dollar 10. A little bit of volume coming in. Not a lot of volume though. It's only 1.7 times normal. So it's not really trading super abnormally. Look at this market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's an hour and 15 straight down, wiping out all of these gains here. Okay, what is Pets doing? So it's at 207. PTZ. Let's take a look on that daily chart to see. All right, so the next high is 222. So I mean, I suppose there is a little bit of room, from 207 if it got anywhere close to 222. So there is a little bit of room. I mean, the more interesting area would be way up here at 377. I doubt if it'll ever do that today or maybe never, but yeah, that's a PETZ. This is a China. Somehow dog and cat food manufacturing out of China. Yikes. And I don't mean it for the reason you're thinking, actually. I wasn't thinking of it like that. You might be thinking. No, 2 bucks, I haven't. No. Okay, so now here's Clovis. Now, for me, this is way too much of a pullback, but you can sort of see what's happening. So, won a ton of races at the beginning of the day, dropped a little bit, came back up, and now dropped quite a bit. Is this going to be the base? Is this going to be a little bit of a base for Clovis, CLVS? I look at it and I go, man, oh man, there's a lot of action at 287. Look at that 5-minute chart. A lot of action right there. Well, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now this is all, well, we started that 5-minute or 15-minute candle. So this is quite the sell-off now for the SPY. MGTA. Yeah, I mean it's having a pop. The reason it's not showing up on most of my scanners is that the volume is not high enough. But there it is, 240. The volume usually, I think, even my excuse me, well, it's starting to show up on this. It should start showing up here actually, because I had a minimum volume of 200,000 shares in the biggest gainers from the open, and so like, right in the last on these two candles, that would have got it over the 200,000 mark. Now again, you want to see this early, you just have to relax your say a minimum volume requirement, but always be prepared for the fact that not everyone is going to act like this. And on that weekly chart, so 183 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for Magenta, and that's MGTA. And then after that, 227. So, I guess if it can get through 187, or sorry, 183, did I say? 183, in theory, it's got some room to that 227 mark. Yeah, WTRH. Just for you, Zach. Just for you. There you are. There's your penny mover, WTRH. Here's that ADTX that you guys were talking about earlier. Look at APRE, did nothing. APRE. So much for that price upgrade, at least today. $3 price target put on it by Wedbush. So much for that. Today, anyway. Okay, is this sell-off over for a while anyway on the SPY? There's a bottoming tail, a little green candle forming. Let's see if this is going to be over. So with the Clovis, I said that this might be the resistance area. So it's it looks like it's trying to take out that little what I considered a bit of resistance on the 5-minute chart. Let's take a look at it in a bigger chart, and maybe now it's going to go higher. Take a look on a 5-minute chart. This is what I was talking about right here. And sort of see 1, 2, 3, 4. So 20 minutes right there to get through. That's at the high was 288. So it's at 289 now. Will this really stall it, or will it, start to regain? And always check the volume. Is the volume coming in? And when I talk about volume, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I mean, obviously 930,000 shares is pretty good. Okay. I'm talking in relation to the previous candles that you see. So if all of a sudden, if that volume bar turns into that or that, then the enthusiasm is back. Otherwise, you can just kind of get trapped into something that doesn't, that takes up maybe an area that you think, and it just doesn't move after that. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. By the way, for those of you who are new in the room, when you hear me talking about, my trading and all that, remember, this is my style of trading. And this is not meant to mean that you have to follow the way I trade. No, if you go in on Tuesdays into our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and Michael Noss, that's his time slot, he always talks about creating a business plan or trading plans or a trading plan. Okay. And my trading plan can be very, very different from yours. And doesn't mean one is better than the other. Whatever works for you, as long as you have a trading plan and you're able to be somewhat successful at it. Obviously you have a trading plan that's not working, then you better change it. But it's not everything I talk about, it doesn't mean that, well, that's what you should do. But you should have races. I haven't looked at Peloton for a long time. PTON. I was going to say, is it single digits yet? Just about. Again, I shouldn't say yet, but again. I did see a Peloton ad the other day and slashing the prices of their bikes and all that. I mean, so they're still paying for some TV advertising. All right. I was re-input my price alert for TH again. Maybe around, yeah, 719 or so, and see if it does it later on. But we need volume. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, the volume tells everything. All that volume at the beginning, and look at it on a pick your time frame. You pick a 2 minute. Look at the 15. Look at the 5. I mean, there's just no volume, no interest. The VWAP is above it too, 737. So that could stall it. Here's another one that needs some resuscitation. SOS, SOS, help, SOS, all-time low now. Basically an all-time low, SOS. Okay, look at Diebold. Diebold was pretty active earlier. DBD was very active earlier. Um, yeah, I mean, I think when I saw it, I mean, again, you don't have to. I mean, you have to listen to me when I talk about looking left and thinking that these are going to stall. I mean, I can only offer my opinion, but look at DBD and look left. We have a high of 309. We have a high of 307. We have a high of 313. We have a high of 319. So you're at 305 right now. I mean, it might take a bunch to get through this. That would be my issue with it. Now, does it mean like look at Clovis this morning? I thought Clovis might stop at several points, and it didn't. So just because I'm looking left and I see these highs, there's no absolute in anything. So I mean, but I look at this and I go, yeah, I don't like it because of all this. Look at the weekly chart even. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like it. If it were a super low float that all of a sudden caught a bid, maybe, but 72 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float. It is trading abnormally. I give you that, 6.5 times normal. And there is an upgrade, yes, a $5 price target, by Wedbush. But they also had a $3 price target for APRE. Okay, so I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen with DBD. And who knows? Maybe next week it does hit, get closer to 3 APRE. But these analysts that put these price targets on it, I mean, you could be skeptical and think, well, all they're doing is trying to get their clients out. I'm not saying that's the case in this one, but that's why I look at these price targets, take it with a grain of salt. If it starts to move, yeah, maybe, okay, but also it depends who's putting the price target on it. Well, Diebold was showing up here too in the races. Earlier on in the day, but it obviously only won one race, maybe two. The reason I can say that is because remember when you launch a race, this is the handy feature. I'm going to click. I'm going to click on this now. And I'm going to click on this. Oops, sorry, click on this, and then see where it says show top 10 winners. So when you set up your race at the beginning, I would absolutely choose this option because what will happen is you see in the top on this corner here, number one is Clovis with 9, number two, Mara at 4, etc. I know Diebold, I don't know actually if it actually won a race. I do remember Diebold making its way up. I don't know if it actually won a race, but I do remember looking at it and thinking, I think there's just too much resistance. Well, what do you think, Two Box, about Onvo? What do you think? I mean, it's got the volume coming in. And in fact, it's showing up on the races right here. And it probably would have shown up here. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to wait for a race to, like a stock to win a race. You start to see something moving up, click on it and see what's happening. Maybe it's the start. But to me, it's a little too it's just a little too extended on the 15, and it's pulling back a little bit right now. You get two giant green bars on a 15. And the other thing is, look at the volume. 282,000 shares, most of it's right here. So is that gonna last? Unless there was some news that popped it, which I don't see. And the other way to look at this when you rank the winners is at the end of the day, take a look at the ones that won the roast the most, maybe the top three, or if they were, even in the top 10, if, there were the lowest was winning five and, the tops are winning 20, you might want to take a look at these stocks the next day, as a watch list the next day. Obviously something that keeps winning a race over and over and over again, it may have continuation the next day. You know, I can tell I'm tired. How long have I been on mute? Prakash, did you hear me start to answer your question? I'm so sorry. Hmm. Pepe, no, please don't. There are too many bugs in it. Okay, please don't. They actually said do not give that out. So too many bugs in it. The last thing we need are people, inundating our support, saying, "Hey, what's happening on this and this and this?" So I mean, it's not, obviously it's not 100% buggy, but there are things in there. Okay, Prakash, I'm going to have to start over again. Okay, so this is what I did. I was saying, hi. We took this trade, double I, double N. It's in the simulator. My entry was at 229 and I put a stop at 209. Okay. Now, why did I do that? Well, first of all, as I explained early in the morning, the way I trade is I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. I have a checklist that everything has to be checked, and if I can't check everything, I don't take the trade. If I've got 6 things that I have to check and I can only check 5, I don't take the trade. It's that simple. Okay. Now, it doesn't really matter what my checklist is. You know, a lot of it is minimum volume, maybe a price range and things like that. That's why, we say you have to develop your own trading style. And when I'm saying you, I'm talking just in general. People have to develop their own trading plan. So let's just say though, I can check every box. And in this particular case, I liked it. And now in the simulator, I took this trade at 229 in the simulator. Now I put a stop at 209. Okay, and I'm going to tell you why I took that stop and put it at 209. I'm doing this just to make the math super simple. Because just because I think a trade should work, just because I'm able to check every box, does not mean that the trade is going to work. Okay, it just doesn't mean. So I have to have a price where if it's not working, I want to get out of the trade. Now, how I do it is I usually size up a 5 minute chart and I look to see where I think there's a support area so that if it broke down through that support area, a support area may mean a lot of action at a certain price. I want to be out of the trade. Now, sometimes, my idea of support and your idea of support may be very different. So if I were starting out new, what I would do to make it super simple and it's definable is maybe take the low of the previous 5 minute candle, because that is a defined number. There's no argument about that, and use that as your stop. Okay. So once you know where you're getting into the trade, and before you take the trade, you know where your stop is. That is going to share size me. So to answer your question, I don't have a specific percentage or cent stop loss. It's not based on that. To me, it's not. I mean, nothing is totally scientific. But for me to say, well, I'm going to have a 1 cent, a 1% stop on every trade I take, or a 10-cent stop on every trade I take. Um, Personally, that just doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. So that's why I like to have a position where it makes sense that I should be out of the trade. So it's not just going to be some arbitrary percentage or dollar amount. That's the way I trade. I'm not trying to say that anybody has to trade exactly that way, but that's just the way I trade. Okay. So once that is determined, then that is going to share size you. How? Well, if my entry is 229 and my stop is 209, that's 20 cents away. So the other aspect is how much are you actually willing to risk on the trade if it goes against you? In other words, if you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating risking $100 a trade. So that's why I took 500 shares. And again, I'm just trying to make the math easy, because if the entry is 229 and the stop is 209, that's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, presto, you get 500 shares. So what I would do is I would set up some kind of an Excel spreadsheet. And the way I trade is I have basically the same risk every trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. So I'm always trying to risk about the same amount every single trade. So you could set up an Excel spreadsheet with your whatever that risk is going to be, 100, and then you could just start typing these numbers in, 229, 209. It's going to subtract for you, of course, and then it's going to divide that into that number, say 100, and it's going to tell you how many shares you should take. Okay. Now, this is within reason. I mean, I'm not going to get hung up if I was supposed to take, 490 shares and I end up taking 500 or I ended up taking 480. Okay. It's got to be, within reason. But I don't want to be, if it says I'm supposed to take about 500 shares and I'm not going to take 100, I'm not going to take 1,000. Okay. So that is, that's a bit of money management. That's how I trade anyway. So I'm not going into every trade with the same number of shares. It's always going to vary based on the difference between my entry and my stop. That's why though in the simulator you can practice all that. I mean, if you're taking trades, if you've got some kind of a trading plan and you're saying, okay, I get it, I should have a trading plan, and you're using the 5-minute low as your the previous candle as your stop, and you're constantly getting stopped out, well, you better trade, but you better do something differently. Maybe it should be the low of the 15-minute, or something has to change. You can't just keep getting stopped out over and over and over again. Yeah, Hall, my rides are exercise rides. They're not enjoy the scenery rides. So I've got something that I do, and it usually takes me about 30 minutes, and I'm a dripping mess afterwards. Now the other thing, of course, is obeying your stop. Well, again, it's not a matter of a tight stop cash. Okay, to me, it's a matter, what is the chart telling you? Where should you put your stop? You're talking about a breakout. Well, what's it breaking out from? Is it breaking out from consolidation? So if it's breaking out from consolidation, that's probably a pretty defined area of support. And if it broke down through that, you probably should be out. So I mean, but it's that's too general a question. To have a tight stop on a breakout. All the stops are different. I mean, all the ideas are, and again, that's what I'm saying. You practice in the simulator before you actually start to trade, and then you start to see, this isn't working for me, or wow, I really like this concept of the previous 5 minutes. Or maybe you start getting, better and better at reading charts. Maybe use the VWAP as a stop. Okay. I mean, there's no right or wrong way for stops. The only thing I will completely disagree with, but people do it and that's fine, is just putting some kind of an arbitrary number. But if it works, keep doing it. That's why you'll see me take a lot of trades around a whole number. I'm a whole number advocate. So, if a stock breaks above a whole number and it's holding for a bit, and then I say, yeah, I want to take the trade, assuming I've got some room on the daily, weekly, monthly, I can usually put that whole number as my stop. I kind of know, because if it breaks down through that whole number again, it's a psychological break, and I probably want to be out of the trade. Next step is obeying your stop. Everything I'm saying might sound, okay, reasonable. You practice in the simulator, until you make money in the simulator. Do not try to trade, because I'll guarantee that in the simulator, there's still no emotion. Even if you're following all your rules, you lose money. Oh, well, it's not really my money. You start to trade, though, all of a sudden emotion comes into play. Maybe all that fantastic discipline that you gain in the simulator flies out the window. And this is what I mean. You get into a trade and you're so convinced it's going to work. You let your ego get in the way. because it starts moving down towards your stop and you won't get out. You just think, you know what? This has got to work. It's got to work because everything was checked. And plus, it's got great news. The room is talking about it. It's got to work. And so now that $100 that you were planning to lose as a manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and you say, why did I not obey my stop? And for those of you who've been in the room forever, you know what I'm going to say next. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop. Now you're down $200, $300, $400, $500, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, $500, and you're going, thank goodness I didn't obey my stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But all I can say is from my experience, not obeying your stop over and over again is a way in which you can just destroy your account. You can always get back into a trade, okay? If I get into a trade that sets up beautifully for me and it doesn't work and I get out, it may set up again, maybe in the same area. I can always get back in. I could say to myself, well, you know what? Maybe the timing just wasn't correct for whatever reason. Maybe the market started down, okay, and it was getting affected by the market. I mean, lots of reasons why trades don't work, even though you think they should. But it's hard. It is really, really hard to get out of trades that you're so convinced should work. Oh, Sarah. Okay, I'll look at AERC. This is probably one of the most difficult intraday traders. There's only one day. It might have been this day here that I was able to trade it. I think this was the second day of its big move after it had the news that it actually had a fairly smooth run. I'm not saying, when I say a difficult trader, I'm not talking about it. A stock doesn't have to keep moving. I mean, in this case, excuse me, in this case, yeah, in this case, this is actually pretty good because AERC can be so whippy. You can get up and get down, up and down. And then you look at the end of the day and you say, well, wait a minute, it closed at the high of the day. You look at that daily candle, you say, well, that must have been pretty smooth. Not necessarily. We could have done this, whipping, getting you out of trades, into trades, out of trades. And I just find it's one of the more difficult ones that I've seen. And why? Look at the float, 4.2 million in the float. That is what you'll get, especially with a stock that's, in the 15 range. A $2 or $3 stock may not be as bad with a low float, but the higher price ones, they can be, and plus, you're probably always dealing with a bit of you might have a spread problem. I mean, we're looking right now. I mean, it's not terrible, 1560, 1570, but a low float and a higher price stock, you can get into really ticklish spread situations. So again, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, that's not terrible, but I've seen, this could though go from 1560 to 1590. How are you going to trade it? All right, 141. Give me a moment. I'm going to see. It is. I thought it was still 0.89 on the website. Meanwhile, ORMP is just making new highs, guys. Yeah, it's still 0.89 on the website. Okay, Mara is still alive here. So there's an interesting one. Mara, right there. Okay, breaking out of consolidation, a little bit of consolidation here. Kind of, a little bit of chop, but I mean consolidation. And it's winning, well, it was moving up in the race. And when you look left, I mean, 890. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you've got some room when you look left that it could run. And of course, it was a previous day's runner, or early on in the day, it was a big runner. So there is, there's an idea that if it, kept in this 840 level and started to move and the volume, appears like it's coming in, you might want to take a look at this trade, and you could put your stop, if you're losing your stop. That's a little wide though. That's the other thing. You use the stop of the previous low, the previous 5 minute candle low. It depends on the price, of course, of the security, but to put a stop at 808 on a stock that's 830, I mean, that might be a little too wide for me. Because remember, when you get into a trade, it's all about risk reward. So let me use another example. Let's just say I look at something and it's at $10. And I think, wow, that doesn't look too bad. And there's a lot of support at 990. A lot of action, a lot of trading at 990. Looked like 990 was holding. So I could say, okay, there's my area that I'm going to get out if it goes down below 990. So let's just say, let's again make the math super simple. So I've got a 10-cent stop. I get in at 10, I'm out at 990. Okay, based on what the chart is telling me. But will I take that trade if I look above $10 and at 10.10 I see a lot of action, a lot of trading? In other words, that could be resistance. Or if I saw a VWAP, or if I saw the 200-day moving average. Okay. So in other words, if I'm going to get into the trade and I've got a 10-cent stop, I'm not going to take that trade if I look above and I think, man, that could stall 10 cents away. In other words, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 10 cents. My minimum that I get into a trade on, my minimum has to be at least a 1 for 2. In other words, if I'm going to risk 10 cents, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents. Some will say a 1 for 3. Okay. No right or wrong. Now, does that mean some trades I only make, 10 cents and risking 10? Yeah, that's because maybe, but I didn't go into the trade expecting that, but maybe, something happened, it was moving higher a little bit and then starts moving back down. And I think, you know what, I'm just going to take this right now and that's it. But I didn't go into the trade thinking I was only going to get 10 cents, risking 10 cents. That's why you've got to practice trading. There's a lot to trading. Money management is so key. All right, guys. Well, we're just sort of drifting into the last couple of hours here. Hey, guys, there goes the Mara a little bit. Now, it may stumble around if it got close to the 875 mark. But you see the principle that I was talking about. It was starting to win a race, coming out of this area here with it could challenge the high of the day. It was from the races, Mark. I was talking about it was winning a race. See, I don't know if you can see my screen, but there's Mara right now, and it was starting to move up, and it caught my eye. So when I clicked on it, that's what I saw. I said, "Oh, okay, this is interesting." Okay, guys. So you know what? I'm starting to see, and this was happening at around 2 o'clock the other times. I'm starting to see just a little bit of lag. And I'll know for sure once this race is over, because what would happen is that the winning symbol was racing to the top, or racing, and we're racing, moving quickly. And I saw the last one was just kind of struggling like before. And I have a feeling that, for me, running this race all day long, it just may give it a little bit of information overload. And when I do a reboot of trade ideas, it fixes that issue. The reason I don't like to do that is then I lose, all the previous race winners. So that's why I'm going to kind of stick it out. But we'll give this another 2 minutes and 20 seconds and just sort of see. You just use the replace feature toolbox. When you start a race, right click, launch race, and then this is the box. Now you set it up how you want it, but replace cars. Okay, replace cars. Oh, how do you replace cars? I'm sorry, I misread you. If when you do the launch race, when you right click and launch race, if you don't see this as an option, show company logos, that means you're on a previous version of Trade Ideas. You have to go to our website and download 0.89, the beta. Okay? And then you'll have that option to show company logos. Now, you can tell what you've got just by clicking on Help and About, and it'll tell you the version you're on. So if you're not on something that says 5.5.89, then that option is probably not available for you. Yeah, I definitely like the logos better than the racing cars. The racing cars, they were okay, but okay, so you got to go to 0.89 then. Yeah, I mean, it took a long time, but YMM did have a bounce. Your alert, Zach, I know you know all this, but it was 8:58, so it took a while. Um, yeah, I mean, if it doesn't say -9 or something like that, or dash something, then that must be an older version. And remember, again, if you don't have this option, So a couple things it'll tell you. Show company logos, number one, that'll be in 0.89. But the other one is, let me do this again. So right click, launch the real-time stock race, okay? Click the left arrow, click the arrow here, so you get to this, and then right click and make sure if you check show top 10 winners, and that's how this will get ranked all day long. Okay. Yeah, the bid is fine, $2. Yep. So that's how that'll get ranked. So you'll see the ones that won the races over and over again right at the top. And then that's why I was saying you can then maybe take those symbols, especially the ones, imagine, I know the other day we had one that I think won about 20 times, 20 or 25 times. And of course, how many races a stock is going to win. Remember, I'm running 4-minute races. I mean, if you ran a 2-minute race, you could get, some of the winning a lot more than 9 times or 10 times during a day. Let me do some. So, but I like the way it ranks it now because then I can take this list at the end of the day and say, you know what? I probably should watch Clovis tomorrow. Oh, I can't answer that $2. It's a matter of, the question was how often do the winners end up moving the next day? I mean, it just seems reasonable that something that is moving one day, you know, especially if it won races over and over and over again all day long, seems reasonable to watch it the next day anyway. And you don't have to, maybe only take the top three. If something makes it in the top 10, it won one race during the day, probably not that interesting. I would always though at the end of the day click on the alert and see what it looks like. At 4 o'clock, just click on the alert and see what it looks like. So, I mean, that is a simplified way of using trade ideas. A, using the races, and then B, getting the races to tell you a potential watch list to watch the next day. Very simple. You know what's working right now? And I like running these races, the gainers from the open, okay? The biggest gainers from the open. That doesn't mean that that's the be all and the end all. I mean, I know Chris runs ones that are, I know, outside of the Bollinger Band, things like that. It's a matter of maybe trying to fit your style of trading and creating the top list based on your style of trading. Meanwhile, there's ORMP right there. I've seen PHAS a few times now. PHAS. Will it have a run next week? I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I'm talking about PHS definitely. I mean, there it is. And ORMP. I mean, this is, let's see how many races. I don't see that it's actually won a race today. It may have only won one race or two. But it was showing up all the time. The fact that it doesn't win a race doesn't mean, if you start seeing something moving, click on it. Just click on it and see what's happening. You may be catching it early. Remember, staring at this top list doesn't help. You can't tell what is moving. All you can tell is that ORMP, based on the filters I've got in this top list, is at the top top in terms of being on the change from the open, 32%. Okay, but I can't tell if it's moving or not. I can't tell if, this Prax all of a sudden starts to move. But if you construct a race on this, I can tell. And it's all real time. I would say that, especially at the beginning of the day, in that first half hour to 45 minutes, this is where it really shines. Now, somebody may say, well, I can create an alert window, which will do the same thing. If your alert is, say, the new high for the day, yes, it'll repeat over and over and over again. And that is, you are right. I just find this just easier to follow. I want to see something that's moving. And the other thing is that, of course, if my alert is always a new high for the day, I would never be able to pick up, say, an HGen that's doing this. I would never see that. Yeah. So the one thing I don't know, the question is delta. I don't know. I can't think of Pepe probably knows. He knows the software better than I do. I've just always sorted on the delta, and that gives me the biggest change. Okay, that'll start moving the biggest change. I don't know of a reason. I mean, I'd probably have to try to analyze it more of why I would use sort on a different anything other than delta. Delta is what gives us this action when you show us the stocks that are at the top. So I can't. There might be a reason to sort on something else, but I can't. Probably don't even want to know. Okay, 2 bucks. So I've just sorted on delta from the beginning, and that gets me what I'm looking for, like this. I'd have to ask Brad. I mean, Brad really was Brad at Trade ID is one of the founders. He's kind of one of the brains behind it. And so at some point I may say, hey, Brad, what would be a reason to sort an other than delta? Why would I want to see that? But I haven't seen him use anything other than delta. To buy. He's a smart guy. Oh, there's your Amolex. Now I've had this thing. This is another really difficult trader, guys. Now I would not trace this. I mean, this has come from 22 to 23 in 20 minutes, just like that. I had an alert set back on this day, 3 days ago, for this break. And look what happened on that day. It did break it, and then it just dropped. So it broke the 23 and then it dropped and it closed down at 19. Yesterday, look at this, the same sort of thing. Now, maybe today it's ready. I don't know. Maybe today it's ready to finally leave that 23 behind. 23.17 is the high. That's the high of 3 days ago. Well, that's your assignment for the weekend, Pepe, to figure out how and if and why and what would make it what would make sense to sort on anything else. My excuse, guys, is this. In doing this, getting up pretty early in the West Coast, talking for 6 or 7 hours, I have no time, at the end of the day to really dive into things, you know. Not time. I guess I have the time, but my brain power doesn't have the time. So I'll let Brad tell me if there's a way, but I'm not going to. I'm not even going to attempt to look at it. All right. Well, maybe now. I mean, now it is above that high. Maybe, but you're buying it very extended. I mean, if you're going to look at this one right now, and it may just keep whipping higher. I mean, the reason why I love this one is look at the void. Look left on the monthly chart. The next high is 32.97. The next high on the weekly chart is 25.68. So I mean, there was a ton of room, if it wanted to finally take 23 and hold 23 and start moving. So the question is, Trade Ideas works with Interactive Broker. So when you say works, we work with any broker, okay? If you're talking about this feature here called Brokerage Plus and the ability to trade from within Trade Ideas, yes, you can use Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. But, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. So we work with any broker. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan. I don't know what you mean by offshore. I mean, I know what offshore, I can define offshore, but I don't, you mean a brokerage, an offshore broker? You can't, this only works, this blue window here, if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas, you need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? That's it. But again, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. We're not broker dependent, other than if you want to use this window. This was another one that was difficult yesterday. If you recall, this one, we waited for a 320 break. We got that break and then it just dropped all the way back down. But yeah, it's starting to move, as is the Envo. Now we link with many brokers, okay? And linking, nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. We link with many brokers. We have what we call an external linking tool. That's what I do. I don't use this to trade my account. I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. So we have this external linking tool. You click on Tools, External Linking, and we link with. You just got to follow the instructions, and we link with many brokers. So why would you want linking? If you're like me and you're clicking on, lots of alerts all day long, it's nice to be able to click on the alert and have it load into your broker's platform, right into your order entry. Okay, instead of having to type the symbol in, typing symbols in. If you're only clicking on a few alerts a day, I guess it's not a big deal. But I'm clicking on quite a few alerts during the course of the day. And so it's nice that it just automatically loads into my order entry. And from there, I trade it. Okay. Yeah, it's a huge time saver. If you're an active trader, actively, watching the market, patrolling the market every day, absolutely. It's one of the reasons why I was late to getting Interactive Brokers because until 2016, it didn't link very well at all. It was, in fact, it was terrible. So I'm in Canada, so I was using, I think, Questrade at the time, not a bad broker, but I really wanted IB. And finally, you know, we were able to figure out how to make the linking bulletproof. And so that's when I switched to Interactive Brokers. You too, William. Have a great weekend. Oh, I typed in the wrong symbol. Has this been halted forever? VCRA has been halted since what, February of this year? I typed in the wrong symbol. I thought it was halted on the way down, VCRA or VRCA, sorry. I am in Canada. A shock. I am in Canada. But if you're talking about, well, IB is available in so many countries around the world. Oh, I see. You thought I was in California. I'm sorry. My eyes are going. I thought you were in Canada. No, no, no. I'm not in California. I'm in Vancouver, BC. We have employees from all around the world now. We have South Africa, Stephanie. Some of you know her. She created the user guide, the fabulous user guide. And then we've got myself and Michael Noss. We've got Our Country Spanned. He's in Nova Scotia. I'm in BC. And then we've got a lot of, dotted around the US. No, it doesn't affect my order execution at all. All right, guys, TH, is this it? Can we see any sort of volume? And the answer still is no. I mean, it's starting to move, but is that move going to be sustained? You mean this? This price alerts window? 2 bucks? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so very, very important feature to use if you're using trade ideas, our price alerts. So to get it up, just click on new and then click on price alerts window. Now, if you've never used it before, it'll be blank. Okay, now you can have different columns. These are the columns that I like, but you can have different columns. So the whole idea, I'm just going to delete these. I hope this is going to work and not give me an error message. Okay, so how I like to use it is I minimize the window. Number one, okay, I don't have to see this all day long. I only want to see it when a price alert happens. So I minimize the window. Let's put a price alert at 725 for this. Wouldn't you know, it wouldn't go there. So I'm going to put a price. Now, how to put a price alert is you just go to the chart. See how the dotted line just moves around. Go to the chart where you want to put a price alert. And I'll put a price alert at 720. Right click, create price alert. I can put a price alert at 720. or I can change that, and now I'm going to save it. It's as simple as that. If you want to put a note in, I typically don't. Now I save it. Now you see there's a blue line. I bracketed it. And for some reason that didn't trigger. Unless it was very quick or something. Just give me a moment. I want it to trigger right now. Okay, so you see how it triggered? Hit the price alert and it popped up on my screen. And I sort on the trigger time column, so I see it right at the top. I actually put a sound alert on it also, just like you can put a sound alert on all your alert windows. Just follow this. And I do that. Because I've got a wireless headset, so I can sometimes wander away from my computer. And if I hear this unique sound that I've put on this window, I can come racing back to see what the price alert was. Okay. So these are all price alerts that I have got down here. When you see these notes, this is because these are, boy, these things have still not triggered. These are all IPOs, really cheap IPOs that just haven't happened yet. And the reason I do it this way is that if if these ever happen, I'm going to know how many shares, 1.5 million. So for INTS, 1.5 million between $9 and $11. And some company called AGP was behind it. So, but that's a unique case. I usually don't put notes in, but you can if you want to remind you maybe why you put the alert in. Then I minimize it. So the next time I get a price alert, it'll pop up on my screen. So, I mean, something winning, like in a race, as an example. So let's say the AUVI, maybe I look at this going, you know what, I don't mind it, but I'd rather see it if it breaks 236, it gets up to that level. So the race is alerting you to something that's happening, and then but if it's not quite what you're looking for, you want a different price, and you just put the price alert, and then you forget about it. Then you just forget about it. And if it happens, you'll know about it. Then you don't have to be glued to a chart. Are you kidding me? It's over $1.06 now, APRE. Okay, so you must have, when you say working, okay, you must have had a different price. Okay, guys, 216. SRG just made another new high, guys. SRG, another new high. Well, you can't close the window. You can minimize the window, but you can't absolutely close it. Okay, so in other words, you can't exit out, like click the X, but just minimize it. I mean, that's the best thing. Minimize it. Oh, okay, he's changed it to 91. Okay. I must have missed that post, Shady. Now, two bucks, I would suggest that you take a look at our guide. You know, I've got some free time right now, so I don't mind answering these questions at all. But you're probably equally served at looking at our guide. So if you click on my homepage link, excuse me, okay, and go down to the guide, the education section, and you click here on the education, and click on that user guide. So for instance, price alerts, okay, price alerts, sound alerts, how to price sound alerts on your alert windows or your price alert window or okay, I mean we've got all the information here nicely segmented. You know, here's the information about stock racing right here. So what you're saying, Pepe, though, is that if you open if you close it and you open it, I know what you mean. But that sort of defeats the purpose, right? So if I close it, yes, and then if I open it, it will show that it triggered. But I think the best way to use it, of course, is just minimize it. Really? Okay, I did not know that. Let me put a price alert somewhere. I did not know that. I'm learning something every day. Okay, so let me put a price alert. Let's get something that's moving. SRG. So let's put a price alert. Gotta be quick. Say 11:15, and also okay. So now I'm going to close the window. I did not know that it would open. Really interesting. Well, let's pick another one. Let me trigger it. Try to trigger it right away. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, well there you go. You can actually close the window. I had no idea. So there you go. Ah, but you know what? It opened up. Wonder why I did that. It opened up another price alerts window. This is not my format, you know, because I don't have company name. So maybe it opens up a default price alerts window or something because I don't have this is nothing that I've ever constructed. Anyway, I'm gonna get my price alerts window back. You know what? I'll bet any money now when I open it. Yeah, so I don't know what happened. So that okay, so I wouldn't want that. I don't want want the company name. Thanks, Pepe. Boy, this is really yeah. Hmm. Now the other thing that you can do, excuse me, there's a column here called dollar alert, and that tells you how far, excuse me, it is. Now this would be a lot more, okay, for instance, now let me find another one that it's not an IPO. Yeah, okay. So it's a good idea to go through your price alerts, okay? You can get kind of lazy. I mean, you can have up to 500, but you don't need 500 price alerts, okay? What I would do, I better follow my own lead, is go through your price alerts, say over the weekend. And let me just find it again. Okay. So go through them, and if you got a lot of price alerts set, but look, for instance, the dollar from the alert. So this one, I can do a sort on that. Okay, so I'm going to do it the other way. So right now, see this one is $1.16. The current price is 5.16. My alert price is 6.30. Do I care anymore about that one? Okay, maybe I do, maybe I don't. SOUN. The current price is 3.11. I have an alert at 18.19. I don't think I really care about that anymore. What the heck happened to that one? Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? So you can actually, if you use this dollar alert column and do a sort on it, it'll show you how far away something is. Conversely, you can use this column and do a sort every now and then, maybe during the day, and you can see something that's getting close to your price alert that you wouldn't necessarily know. Let's just say that said, 5 cents. That means it's within 5 cents of your price alert. Maybe you set it up a few days ago and you've forgotten about it. So at this point, I don't care about these. So I am going to just delete them. And then get back to the sorting on the trigger time so that if an alert happens, I'm going to see it right at the top. But I had no idea that you could shut it down completely. ORMP again. Is it over 8? Not quite. Yeah, this could be a late day runner. I mean, it's obviously run 39%, but it's one of those stocks that maybe you could have a late day run in the last hour and a half, especially if it takes out 8. Kind of like Onvo. Look at Onvo. Yeah, Onvo is the same thing. I thought I had done that. Save as default. I thought I had done that, but maybe long, 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 long time ago. Oops. Okay. Now, Pepe, I guess you're going to know. I mean, that doesn't work the same for an alert window, does it? Because when you use this feature, which I never ever use. Where is it? Oh, I know what I'm trying to do. Well, anyway, obviously, if you close down an alert window, if I shut down this alert window right here, it's not going to give me. It's not. Don't tell me it's going to give me those alerts if I load it. I mean, you can tell me if that happens. It's just hard for me to believe that would happen. I'm speaking with Pepe in our YouTube room. He's usually in both rooms, but he probably knows the product better than I do. If you're looking for a job in tech support, you're the first on my list. Oh, look at ONVO now. Just absolutely. I mean, just never was in this one. Um, was relative volume one of the filters that you wanted? Just give me a moment. Okay, I'll have to ask. I know that there's been a problem with some of the development on that end, and I don't know what it was, but I know a lot of it was. But let me just pop that in there. I don't know. I thought he was working. I know he's got something with MFI, but it may not be. Remember, it is not customizable. So whatever you gave to him, that's what it's going to be. You cannot customize it at all. Ah, Dave. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm glad. for anybody, I mean, Dave in our YouTube room is saying about the tip about the price alerts minimizing it and all. You know, it's funny because a long time ago, I never used to do that. I used to have that price alerts window up and I would stare at it and all that. And then Real actually is the one, I don't know, 2 years ago, he said I minimize it. So, and I thought, well, that's the way to do it. You don't have to stare at it. Ah, okay, okay. No new scans. Yeah, see, we're trying to migrate our entire product to Amazon Web Services, okay? That's going to give us a lot more flexibility of what we do. You know, one of the problems we've got is our server, server overload. And so we are migrating the product to AWS, hopefully sometime this year. I mean, this is actively in the works. So consequently, nothing until then, Zach. He just wrote me. This is exactly what he wrote to me. This is Michael. Okay. So Joe, the my layout is not, but I share individual scans that you can pick and choose from. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, I'll put my homepage link in. Okay. And if you click on my link and then go to the scan section right here, my scans, click here. So, there's the race mode right up here. Now, what you don't see is this. I call this is still kind of in its infancy. I don't know if I really want to have this. It's almost the same. It's just based on my watch list, but I'll keep it there. But every other scan that you see, the single stock window, the basic new highs and lows, okay, here. Also, scans that I do look at on my other monitors, Zach's bouncers and toppers. And the other one that I kind of look at is this 10-day daily breakdown and up, okay? So they're all available. They're all available. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. But I have other ones. I don't have them up and running now, but you might want to see the gap continuation or reverse. You might want to see that one. The low floaters on the move. You might want to see that one. Okay, so I don't have the layout, but excuse me, you can basically pick and choose what you want. What time is it? 2:36, guys. Mind over matter. Oh, you know where it is. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. The other reason that, not sharing I have, well, how many charts do I have here? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So I've got 7 charts here. You may have, if you've got 4 or 5 charts up and running right now, and you only have our standard service, you have a 10 max charts. Okay, so for instance, if you had 4 up and I gave you this, you'd get this error message. So that's why I just don't want to do that. Jathan, I don't know what you mean. Does he like to asterisk by? I don't know what you mean there. Is that a joke or something? Or I'm not sure I can decipher that. It's definitely interesting. On that eight break, the next high is 918 on the weekly chart. So the only way I'm not in this, the only way I would take this is if it kind of based a little bit around this 8 level, maybe, well, what time is it now? 2:38, maybe till 3. And then all of a sudden we got some more volume that poured in. Oh, I see. I see. Does he like to buy when the price? You'd have to ask Steve that, Jathan. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Or go to Steve. Yeah, you can go to support. I'm sure he'll answer your question. You can do that, or you can go to our homepage. That might be quicker. You can click on the homepage link, and when you do, you just wait for the little pop-up, questions and answers. Click on the questions and answers, and then ask. Okay, and if you ask the question like, does Steve like it? It'll be directed to Steve, okay? I mean, I have an idea, but I don't want to steer you wrong, okay? So best if he answers that. No kidding on the APPH. I'm interested to see how it closes. Yeah, on the APPH, he's got, I think it's a 20-day moving average on the daily chart. I think that's his out. But I know he took out some yesterday when it got close to the 200-day moving average. He took out, I think he said he took out a third. That's what I think he said in the webinar. Not the webinar, when he was in YouTube between 12 and 1, and I think that's what he said. Okay, guys, the ORMP, boy, it is looking interesting. I know people are saying don't take it unless you're in it already, but this longer this holds this 8 level, I mean, it's got a ton of room. 918 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. All right, well, are we going to keep shedding higher? Cat and mouse guys at $8 for the ORMP. I hope so. It gets me out, but again, that's in the guide two box, but the Market Explorer are set. If you click on new and then Market Explorer, these are a bunch of scans that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. And it's just a matter, I don't use them, but if you right click server window, you'll see all of the scans. Ah, I see another strat was added. So if you guys are familiar with the strat, it's a group. There's another one that was added today. So there are now 5 of them, double inside day, and then these ones, but they're just different scans, but they're not customizable. So in other words, if you looked at this and you said, well, the 2-minute inside bar, click on it and see what sort of results you get. But you can't say, well, you know what? I don't like the price range. It's not like an alert window. It's a set scan with a set price range. Yes. Nice way to end the weekend or end the week. And you can see, I don't know if it's totally up to date, but if you go to Market Explorer, in the Trade Ideas guide, you might get a explanation about what the individual scans are looking for. I know at one point there was, but ooh, it doesn't, Rooster? Ooh. Let me just see. Ooh, boy, I wonder if I deleted the top list that it's based on. Ugh, that could be a problem. Let me Well, you had me worried there because this is it. I just clicked on the link. You've got to start the race, okay? Okay, Rooster, you've got to start the race. So I just clicked on my link from the home page. I clicked on the link and I loaded this and so I'll show you. Had me worried there. So I clicked on my when I click on my link, ah, so I go to my scan section. I clicked here, click for race mode, click on it. I immediately looked and wanted to make sure it was still there. Yes, so I highlight it, Control C, I copy it, and then I file, load from cloud, load it. So here it is. It showed up on another. So this is what you're going to see, and then you just start the race. Okay. So the link definitely works. Yeah, I don't know about an option scanner, always sunny. I really don't know. It hasn't come up in. You're talking about like a full-fledged option scanner with, yeah, I don't think, I haven't heard that they're working on it. Yeah, well, actually, we think we have one already. If you click on our new and then dock channel bar, so Joe, and then if you go to sector status, oh man, let me see if there is a race here. Yeah, there's a race here. So here's a daily race for sectors. These sectors here, okay? Now you could obviously create a symbol list, a watch list of all the sectors that you want, attach it to a top list window, and then run the race based on that symbol list. But these are the major sectors. I actually think, let me just see. Where is that? I thought there was another one that, yeah, so we have this one, the ETF racing. Not quite this exactly the same, but we do have ETF racing. Here are all the ETFs we've got in here. Oh man. Well, I know you told me I shouldn't chase it. I didn't feel like I was chasing it though. All I said was this might have a lot, like in the last hour and a half. I wanted to see how well it held over 8. You can kind of see right there on the 5. Right here was holding well, and so I was able to get some right around this 8:11 mark. 8 being my stop. So it was either going to work really quickly, or I was going to get stopped out really quickly, or it was going to work. So I've already taken some off. It's just excellent. So even though I've sort of missed the major move, I'm happy enough to catch this move. And yeah, look at MYMD in the lead here. So that's an interesting one. You know, I mean, look what it's doing out of some kind of consolidation. MYMD. Yeah, so I just don't know how up to date this is, but I went to the Market Explorer in the guide, and if you start, I mean, this is at the beginning, the preamble, but now it gives you a description. I just don't know how up to date it is. Stephanie, but this isn't, this is, telling you probably yeah, so she has to add the other ones. Oof. How's the other one doing, Onvo? Boy, ORMP. Again, guys, I mean, we got this next high at 918. Did I say 918 on the weekly? Yeah, 918. So that's all I was looking at, trying to hold a little base over 8, give me a little bit of confidence that it was going to hold 8. I didn't know for sure. Not, there's no way I could know for sure it was going to do that. But more importantly, looking left to know that nothing was above it that could stop it chart wise. That's all it was. All right, guys. Well, 254. So I think what I'm going to do, is message in on mute. Okay, so the main room, as in this room, will be open until 3:30, okay? And then the YouTube room will be open until 4:30. When I do shut down the main room, Chris will take over in the YouTube room from 3:30 to 4:30, okay? So I will put myself on mute, and I'm here though, okay? I mean, if you have a question, I'll certainly hop on the mic again, but unless I see any questions, I'll just put myself on mute now. Look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume in ORMP right now. Biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute candle right there. I mean, look at that. Okay, 2 bucks. You can make that request. You're the first in 12 years that I've heard make a request like that. Don't have a lot, but so I have no idea if or when that would ever happen, but you can make a request. I don't want to be flip, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Okay, I probably would be. I have no idea how hard it would be to do, but anyway, you can make the request right there at support@trade-ideas.com. But again, first in 12 years of this software that anybody's asked for that. Okay, Andres, this is a question from our YouTube room. Is there a way to save chart properties in template? So do you mean like as a default chart? So if you create a chart with most of the indicators that you want the next chart to open with all those indicators, is that what you mean? So for instance, and it's the same with alert windows and top list windows, but I need an answer, Andres. Can you hear me? So in other words, okay, let me do this. If I have a chart, and let's say this is the look I want, with these volume bars, maybe I want some moving averages, I want other things. I basically create the chart, and then I right click, and then I just save as default. So every time I would open a new chart, all the indicators that I want on every chart would be there, if that's what you mean. Okay, so that's what you mean. Yeah, so you can create one sort of master chart with all the indicators that you want in every chart and then just save as default. And then when you open a new chart, now what I do though is I just duplicate the chart. I just keep duplicating. So once I have the chart I want, I just duplicate the chart over and over again. And then, I can make minor changes within the chart, maybe for instance, I don't use the 200 moving average on anything other than my daily chart as an example. So I wouldn't want that on my 15 or 5, but it's up to you. You can either save as default, and then every time you open a chart, everything will be there, or you can just keep duplicating the chart. Okay. Today range filter work during market hours. Yes. Are you talking about? Let me just, I'm sure it doesn't work pre-market. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I'm just reading what it says. Does not update after the market closes and it doesn't work. So it's only market hours. The range is only market hours. So I'm not sure I understand your question. It says not updating during market hours or explanations. I don't quite understand. Well, that's exactly when it's supposed to work, during market hours. Today's range during market hours. That's exactly when it's supposed to work. If you're saying it's not working like that, I have no explanation. You'd have to send if it's a bug or something like that. It's a scan I don't, it's a filter I don't use. Well, okay, like that's the percent value. That's the percentage. I mean, I'm not, when you say some numbers are off, you'd have to, depends how off you mean. Is it pennies off or is it, because it might take a bit to update. That's all I can think of. So, here is the high of the day and here's the low of the day. Let me just for fun, okay, let me just for fun, I'm gonna duplicate this window. Okay, let's take a look. Here's ORMP. I mean, that's about $3. I mean, I can just say eyeballing it. That looks like about $3. So, ORMP was about 570 down here, and it was 870 up here. So that's about $3. I mean, I'm just eyeballing it, nothing. Yeah, that looks about right. 248 plus $1.17 gets me up to this level here. You too, Ashok. Okay, so I have no idea how else to answer your question. I mean, I'm just eyeballing some of this, and as a trade says, it's exactly $3 right now. Okay. I mean, if you're seeing things that are like a penny or two out, I can't really explain that. Some, if you're using our charts, it should be bang on. I mean, I know sometimes the open can be. Let's see, where was the open here or the low? 46. Well, it should. I mean, based on the help, the only thing it said was it kind of not confused me, but you see where it says this typically, okay, it says this typically does not update after the market closes. So, bear in mind, so I'm assuming it's just going to show you the highs and lows between 9:30 and 4. Yeah, you can. This actually keeps running. This actually keeps running after hours. So you could actually use this, but if you go to our, because I've noticed this keeps running after hours, okay? But you can also, if you click on new, and then click on our dock channel bar, HUD Harp, this is for you. Well, for anybody really. And if you go down here where it says, oh, so they moved after hours up. After hours, Okay, so here you go. Here's a race running on after hours. It won't start until literally 4 o'clock. So you can try that also. But I have noticed that this works after hours also. Yeah, this ORMP is adding more and more toppings to my pizza. I mean, can it possibly get close to that 918? I mean, well, it is getting closer and closer, but whew, all right, guys. I know it says I'm on mute, but I guess I'm not. There is your blowout top, yes, with 750,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. I was long gone. I'm not shorting this. I'm long gone. As I always say, give me the middle 2/3 of a move. I'll be very happy. Okay, let me get the script together as I'm getting set to shut the room down. Interesting, isn't it? Look at Onvo. Onvo did virtually the same thing. Maybe just a little bit earlier, but Onvo did the same thing in terms of the blow off on the top. Yeah, great early calls on it, and of course, great on the blow off, blow on the top there. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, back on mute. Just waiting now for Chris to show up. Okay, guys, I'm just getting set to shut the room down. And before I do, I will put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over to YouTube at around 3:30, Chris will be there, 3:30 to 4:30. Any other questions? You are welcome. Anybody, yeah, guys are welcome. Always a pleasure being in the room. And I hear a little pop. That means Chris is in the other room.
Yes, I am.
Oh,
That last little bit's dragging, huh?
Yeah, let me just shut down my music so I can hear you a little bit better.
You got it. And I'll make the screen switch in the meantime. There we go.
Okay. Well, anytime, my friend. I know it's a little early for you, 4 minutes early, but
No,
if you
we're
want to
good.
take over,
I swapped
you're
the
good?
screens. You're off and running into the weekend, sir.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, and thanks for almost having to step in for me here. That was
Anytime I can do it, I can help, you know?
okay. Well, have a great hour there, Chris, and have a great weekend, and we'll probably talk to you on Monday.
All right, sounds good, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
So, alrighty,
Okay,
everybody.
guy.
Um, Happy Friday. A few minutes early here. We'll see how this all goes. And, as usual, I know I talked to a few different people throughout the day today in our live support chat. So if any of you are here, any of those questions you want demonstrated, please fire those away for me. I'd like to do what I can to make sure everybody's getting their questions answered and best I can do to help everybody. So with all that said, again, happy Friday, everybody. We made it. Short week, but a long week at the same time, it feels like. It feels like a lot's gone on. Maybe it's just me. With that said, an inactive day for me today. I was stuck in some things and kind of was upsetting, but I missed this. I mean, there's chances for me to get in all day, but I kind of lost pace and pulse with the market. I really wasn't watching it until afternoon my time and just couldn't really get myself together for it. So, anyways, kind of a real blown opportunity on this one here. And it was definitely on this race all day long, but like I said, I just couldn't make it happen. So, see a couple of my favorite traders in energy here. P10 again showing up. That's interesting. And gel, actually, have done well off of this a few times in the past. This thing can really boogie here, so that's interesting. I don't think energy is really up today, is it? No, it is not. Um, let's see, it gapped up, fell, and so I guess yes, it's actually sitting slightly above the close of yesterday. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. And XLE, almost same exact thing here. So we'll see. It's a big level right there. I guess we hold here. We start to build with energy again. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. I'll remain a skeptic for now. Sure, Wolf. So I've got some of it I can demonstrate, some I can't because it'll give up account information. I cannot be broadcasting live across the interwebs. But this window is a time and sales window from IB. And I've linked to that. And you can see here, watch as you see it says XLE right here. Watch, I'll click FMTX and FMTX comes up. I'll click TWO and TWO comes up, and TGTX and that comes up. In order to do this, let me look to see what information pops up when I do this, because I can't pull it down immediately, and I don't want this broadcasted. I'm not like that LifeLock guy all those years ago. I was like, yeah, I put my social security number out there and nobody can hack me. And he got hacked like 6,000 times. So hold on one second. Okay, that looks like I can show you this way. All right. So let me bring this over. No, we can do this. We can do this right on screen here. I can get away with it, like with this here. So right now, depending on the version you have, external linking is kind of broken, actually. IB, TradingView, and several other platforms all updated and they don't consult us when they update. They don't even really know we exist, to be honest. And when they made their updates, it broke the logic that we have in our linking. Essentially, our external linking is just a copy paste program that sends the symbol over to the broker. We have a fix after, our development team got together with other development teams from over there, and they finally took our calls and were willing to work with us. And that fix is going to be released soon. But in the meantime, the linking can be a little wonky. Doesn't really matter what version you're on. And what I was doing before I started testing this fix was I would do exactly the steps I'm about to show you, let the software run for a few moments, let's say 2 minutes. Then I'd close Trade Ideas and relaunch it, delete the links I'd created, rebuild them, and then it takes a few minutes for the links to quote unquote wake up again. And it had to do with changes that those platforms made. But here's the short and skinny of what linking is. So you go to Tools, External Linking, right? And you're going to click Add Link, and you're going to get this box right here. Don't click anything else. If you click anything else, it won't do what you want it to. Like, for example, I clicked inside that box, and now it went pink. We got to press OK to get it white again, all right? All you want to do now is hover the mouse over the window where you want the symbol sent and press Shift. And you'll see here it says TGTX at Smart Time and Sales. So it's reading what's in that window essentially. Now we have linking logic for a whole bunch of different platforms. In this case, we'd want IB Live, and that's what we'd click. And then we press OK, and that's essentially it. And then the linking is built. Like I said, sometimes the link just won't work because, like I said, IB Thinkorswim months ago made an update that really screwed our linking with them up. When you're finding issues, for example, you might see a runaway effect where you click on a symbol and then all of a sudden it just starts cycling through all your symbols like idea surfing, but on steroids, essentially, like a runaway effect. If that happens, you can edit the link and go to click Use alternate method. That should take care of that if you have that runaway effect with any broker. It doesn't matter who it is. That should fix that there. Yes, you can have more than one broker. However, we can't guarantee that one broker's logic isn't going to affect another broker's logic. I saw someone one time, they had 5 different links set up. They had 4 different links set up. They put a 5th one in, and whatever the 5th was, I can't remember, was messing with all the other links, and nothing was working for them all of a sudden. And as soon as they deleted the 5th one that was the problem, everything worked again. And we went as far as to test it that we just used the one that was breaking everything with any other one, and the one that was breaking anything would not allow linking with multiple other platforms. So that's where you'll run into things. And again, none of these people know we exist. They don't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't care if any of this stuff works. All they care about is that you have a brokerage account with them, and anything that bothers you about it is irrelevant to them. So just keep that in mind when trying to build out these links and things like that. For example, also Thinkorswim, we have a rule for Thinkorswim. However, you don't need that rule for Thinkorswim. If you're looking to use Thinkorswim, I believe this still works. I tested it a month and a half ago. I'm going to share a video on what I did. Copy link, paste. There you go. So that's a video I did the last time I tested. That's a video I did back in February on Thinkorswim after they had made a change to their platform. I tested it probably in the middle of May, to be honest, somewhere around there, and it was still working just fine. So unless something else has changed with Thinkorswim recently, I believe it should still work. And like I said, we will have a release hopefully in the not too distant future that should allow the linking to work much more seamlessly with the changes that were made. Make sure that you have the Trade Ideas software set up so that when that is released, you're going to be able to know it and update really quickly. So let's see, for example, let's pull this out to make sure that when we're having new releases. Go to Tools, Options, Upgrade, and make sure all releases are checked and save that. All right. Then when we have a new release, your new here on the menu bar that I'm highlighting there, that will turn a bold green. All right. And when you click on it, you will see update to the latest trade ideas or something like that. It'll say that, and it'll bring you to our download page, which I'm going to bring over a link to right now. Open a window. All right. And on the download page, make sure you scroll by. Don't go to the production version. Go down to the beta version. We almost always have a production and beta version. I'm going to recommend you go to the beta version. Once in a while, we only have a production version. That's pretty rare that happens. So download that. And then also always make sure we have release notes. So check out those release notes because, you want to see everything that we've done in here. Make sure that makes sense to you, right? Some of it will make more sense than others. A lot of it is like internal notes on things that were broken or things that only affected a select number of users that were fixed and things like that. So, but something like the order entry panel that we changed in Brokerage Plus, that's a big deal to everybody. All right. Something that we did with the AI and filtering to be able to see profitable trades only, that's a pretty big deal to everybody, things of that nature. So just make sure that you pay attention to those release notes on top of all that. So there you go. Mike C, happy Friday. What's happening? Let me know if there's something I missed or I didn't cover well regarding all of that. I go right back over any of it. And like I said, for the link building, it seems to be for some reason, a lot of times you got to build a link. Oh, I forgot one super key part. Oh my God, Chris, you fool. All right, let me bring this over. When launching both your brokerage platform and trade ideas, launch from the desktop icon like this. Do not launch from the taskbar, please. Okay, down here. Launch from here and launch like this. Right click, run as administrator. Okay, both the programs must be ran as administrator for linking to work. Okay, so don't sleep on that either. That was a key part that I forgot. That's that. That's all I got. I think that should really cover everything now. And that video that I just shared, that goes over that as well about running as administrator. So, okay, that covers that. What else is there? What else? Let's see here. So we're selling off. It looks like the SPY is selling off. You can see these new highs have stayed flat for basically the day so far, and we see the new lows are creeping up. Kind of flat here on the large caps, so I would say that means a lot of the big players are out of the office. All right, that's that. So again, another solid day here from this Bollinger Band scan. Let's see. I mean, this here, 46% move. It's at 46% now. That's before it got up here. So, and I mean, long time to be getting involved in that trade. ADCT at 12% of a move now, and we can see it's had, had its way throughout the day to even be higher than that. EVOP, what a move that it caught here. Probably up over, well over 10, bit over 10%, somewhere up here. Its peak, SRG. And while this is up nearly 80%, that big part of that is the gap here, but still probably on this part here, probably up 35% or so, 35% move here that it's got registered on this. CINT. I won't credit this one. Big spread and not very liquid. All the same, 18% as of now. ABEO, 22%. So, there's that. Bird in the hand. Only 4.8% at this point. Only 4.8% at this point. That's just those. That's not everything that's come through here. That's just ones that have won the most races. Let's see. So moving HNRG. What else do we have? I don't think that really did much. Nah, that didn't do much. Sierra Wireless. Nah, not much there. ALDX. Not a whole lot to talk about there. We already talked about EVOP. APPH. Also the trade of the week. Went very well. Nice move here. 10% as of right now, and is quite a bit more than 10%, or a bit more. I won't say quite a bit more. These candles trick me sometimes. That was probably upwards of 11 or 12% at some point. So big time. No, I haven't made any adjustments to it. Yep, no adjustments in that at all. I also lost earlier data in this too, so actually I'm probably working with half the day's data right now. I had to restart my layout, so that kind of blew it for me. Here's a nice one, 7%. Not too shabby, so definitely some alpha to be had. And catching all these moves is absolutely impossible, but I mean, when I can point to 10 different stocks that are all over 5% moves on the day on one scan, it's pretty decent. And it's, not like I have to scroll through hundreds of names to find that, they're all pretty much right there for me. So pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. And again, just kind of watching spies battling. Let's take a look at a daily chart and 15-minute chart here. So I don't know, the Bulls got to win this week. I said, 391, 392. I'd be real surprised if we did 393 on the SPY. We pushed through that. We didn't get there. 390 was obviously a challenge. Couldn't do it again. I still think that's where we go. For how much longer, I don't know. Everybody seems to think the Fed is doing 75 basis points later this month. I have no idea if they will or won't. I just know that no matter what they do, my money will be worth less consistently. So just make more of it. That's what I know. That's the way it's always been. So, but we're in this broadening formation channel still for now. If that was terribly drawn, let's redo that because that's just sloppy. Let's do it like this, as a matter of fact. Let's draw a trend line. If we can break this downward trend going this way, then we can start to talk about some constructive bull moves coming this way instead of just bull rallies and bear markets. For now, we need to break that, and we need to break it, and we need a couple of closes over that trend line. So that's where we sit on that. Electric cars are a tricky one. The reason why is, it's tied to energy policies and things of that nature. So, RIVN, right? RIVN. They're not, not all these cars are producing a ton of cars, the exclusive electric makers versus, you got Ford, is producing a lot more electric cars. Chevy, GM in general, Toyotas, really, really throwing their hat in the ring, so on and so forth. So I feel like, electric cars are kind of one of those tricky things. I think you're going to see some of them fail over the next few years, and the ones that survive, those will be the gems, obviously, that you'll want to hold on to. And other than that, I just think they're kind of day trading vehicles and speculation, other than, as far as technical analysis goes. And I think for electric cars, the investing side of it is going to have to be like really looking at the numbers, what their sales are, what their cost is, how much is being subsidized by governments, and all of that. So that's what you have to look at. Sorry, just a message I had to answer there. And sorry, I missed this. The entry, it varies. It's not, as you can see, I don't have Bollinger Bands on my chart. My entry is going to be more based on what's happening intraday and the days before it. So for example, something like, I don't know, let's find, all right, Airy. This was on the scan the other day. And I wasn't convinced this move the other day when I saw it, and ended up being right. And then it made this move the following day, actually yesterday, but I just wasn't sure if it was going to get and hold. It ended up holding, and I went a different direction yesterday. It traded. I forget what I traded now, but I went a different direction. This ended up going without me. And then, today being a Friday, I just actually didn't even look at the market almost all day. So there's nothing I could say on this one. I probably, had I been paying attention to the market this morning, a break of this level probably would have got me into this. And as soon as we started to fade this way, I probably would have exited pretty quickly. But that's what I would have been looking at. I like to break levels, or I want to see if, for example, if maybe the market was overall strong and we'd pulled back to this level here, that my eye kind of comes to this level here, and we held this, I might have tried an entry around this level with a tight stop just below it. And then this way, if we started to move up towards that high of the day again, but couldn't get through it, I'd be closing near that high of the day in that regard like that. So that's me in a nutshell, essentially, on to give an example there. And then what do we have here? I'm not seeing a few of the ones you were showing. If you have the exact settings that I have, it has to be showing it. Now, this is the scan that I'm using the 1 minute volume on it. And here's the configuration of the scan. So you have to have that 1 minute volume in there in order for it to work. The one that I generally share in here uses the 5 minute volume percent, because the 1 minute volume percent doesn't exist in top list by default. So, but if you have this 4 to 30, 200,000 shares traded, 80 on the 15 minute Bollinger Band, 0 on the 5 minute change, and 25 on that here, you should be seeing everything that I'm seeing. There's no reason it shouldn't be the same stuff here. And yes, I can share it. I'll share both. If you don't have a 1 minute volume already put into your top list set, then use this one first. All right. For those that don't have the 1 minute volume. All right. Let me share, copy, because this is essentially the same exact thing. They really shouldn't be showing different things. If you do have 1 minute volume on for that's set up, hit the wrong button. If you do have the 1 minute volume, then you can load this one here. You just have to add your 1 minute volume to it, because my 1 minute volume filter will not translate the same as yours. I can't translate it because it's a custom. You can add your own custom, but it's going to be under your own designated filter. Just because it's the same thing, they do not translate the same from scan to scan like all the other filters do. So there's that. So there we go. And then I formulate a plan before I get into every trade. So I cut them based on that plan, essentially. If I took something as a day trade and it's not gonna, I don't get stopped out of it, and I like the chart pattern on it, there's a good chance I will let it ride into the next day. But, in this market, I'm a little more apt to cut things because you never know when we're just all of a sudden going to give up. The market's just going to decide to roll over. So there's that to consider as well. And then, so all right, I shared those two out. How do I get the list to choose the type of race I want? So essentially, this is how it works. Here's a top list. Right click, launch real-time race. All right. And then in here is where you do all the settings of that race. Decide, are you doing it time or based on a value? And then the target of that value. I think time is the best way to do it. That's just my personal opinion, but to each their own. Race lanes will tell you how many stocks are going to be in the race. All right. Then based on is how the stocks are racing. So the way it works is we tell the top list to find us the stocks based on the filter. Then we tell the top list, order those stocks based on the sort in the top list, all right? And we can see that in the configure here. So sort. And if you don't see a sort that you want to use, you come to the search, all right? And you look in here and you decide, I want to sort on 120 minutes, and sort by, or I want to short on consecutive candles and click sort by. So that's what the top list does. Find me the stocks, then order them. Then the race says, now that we found them and ordered them, show me how they're moving based on what I want to see if they're moving. The things you can base it on are going to be here, which are a derivative of what you have for columns. So again, if you want a column, you want to race on something that's not a column, you would simply come to the configure of the race. We can get rid of this now. Well, I can't get rid of that now. Here we go. Get rid of this now because the top list is gone. We don't need the top list anymore. Everything can be based on the race now. So I would come to the configure. Again, we can add a column. And if you don't see the column you want here from the columns to select, these are the selected columns. Again, come to the search, select, I want to race on wiggle, show column. I want to race on today's range, show column. Whatever it is that you want to race on. So that's how that goes like that, all right? Once you've made that, you've selected that, then you come here, select what you're racing on, all right? Change from open is very popular, very powerful. That's what I'm using. Then the sort on. So we have the sort on for the top list. That's actually finding the stocks. That's the background of this, all right? Then you have the sort on for the race. I like the delta sort value. This is why. I said top list, find me these stocks. I said top list, order these stocks. Now race these stocks. Okay, well, how do you want me to race them? I want you to race them based on the change from open. Okay, and I want you to sort them based on a delta value, meaning we already found all the stocks we want. Now I want them to basically start even, and I want them to race based on starting now, not based on where they are relative to the change from open. So for example, what I'm basically saying is that let's just say that all these stocks are all up from the open, right? But this one is up 30% from the open, and this one's only up 2% from the open, right? Down here, SVL. But what happens if this is just staying, OIL is just staying at 30%? It's not moving anymore. And all of a sudden, this thing is now at 4%. Now it's at 6%. Now it's at 8%. Well, it's not going to move up the list to catch OIL, but this is the mover right now. That's what the delta value essentially does for us. So now I know SLV, even though it's not the highest percent from the open, it's the one that's moving the most based on starting them all even like that. So hopefully that makes sense. And that hopefully is answering your question that you were asking there, Joseph. Let me know if I didn't touch something well, or you need more clarity, or I didn't touch something at all that you wanted to know. And then I just want to circle back on Peter's thing here, as far as the electric cars. So, I'd say one of the biggest things with the electric cars, to circle back and touch on that again, is the fact that you've got a lot of electric car makers. Some of them have never even made a car, and they're trading publicly. Like, I don't know, what was that one that went crazy last year? I think it was Nikola, right? Nikola, and is that it? Am I doing this right? Yeah, this one here. So I don't even think this thing has ever even made a car, right? So, things like that, on a technical basis, we can see it's had some crazy days here and it's made for some great day trading. But if you're looking at something more long-term, I'd say something like this, at the moment, it doesn't have any value. They haven't made any cars. They haven't done anything. They haven't done anything for us to note or discuss, right? Where, you have your Teslas, they're producing cars, they have their ecosystem, all those things like that. And so, this one here, as far as trading goes, we can make technical moves on it or technical analysis on it. And there's some fundamental to be done on it too. So, it's kind of like a twofold way, I think, to address the electric cars. If you're going to trade something because it's an electric car, I think you have to look at it like that in the essence of in the essence of what fundamentals are underlying to hold it up and keep it a viable stock. Otherwise, I would just treat it like any other chart, and I would say I wouldn't care if it's I don't care if they're a canned soup manufacturer, an electric car manufacturer, if they're in the entertainment industry, if they're cloud computing. When it comes to just pure technical analysis, a chart's a chart. If I'm combining technical analysis with fundamentals, then I want to look for the strong fundamentals. And that's where I think what I want the takeaway to be from this thought process. So, and then Riot, do I like it for a swing trade? Without even looking at the chart, no, because it's involved with cryptocurrencies, and I'm not a crypto person. But if I'm looking at it on a technical basis, also no. And here's why. We're going to do the zoomed out version first. We're in a massive downtrend. Number one. All right. Then when we zoom back in, let's zoom like this. We're in another short-term downtrend, or medium-term downtrend, and then another short-term downtrend. All right. And while someone could argue, well, what if this is the bottom? Okay, well, what if it is? I have no way to know that. So I'm not going to risk money knowing this could come right back down to here. I don't see anything there's nothing that technically says, hey, there's a trend change going on here. All we see is that the same thing that happened here. This made a move up after looking like a bottom and then gave up. Is this going to do the exact same thing? I have no evidence that says it's not. And every single time it's made a move up, it's come back down. Made a move up, come back down. Made a move up, come back down. Made a move up, come back down. Little move up, right back down. Now, granted, it's at $5, so it's only got $5 more till zero. But all the same, a risk is a risk. Now, if this thing could make a move like this sideways and then build off of that low, then that's maybe something I consider. And then I keep looking left to see where the potential resistance is for it wanting to be a swing trade. To illustrate something that I have used for trading stocks that are in a possible trend change that I have done okay on, the K-Web. Now, long-term speaking, K-Web, big downtrend, right? But let's start to zoom in a little bit. All of a sudden, this downtrend maybe capitulated and ended. And we came up and we never made another lower low down here again. We never tested those lows, right? And so now we have a higher low over and over again. Now this needs to hold this to keep that trend change. But I recognize this trend change. I started to recognize it here. Made some Chinese stock trades, did okay, pulled back, it's held that, made a few more, and I've added some long-term positions. And so far, so good, because that looks like a trend change to me. We have evidence of a trend change. Further evidence is now we have that high, this high. We're trying to take out that high now, right? If we can build and take that out. So then we have all these lower or higher lows now coupled with some higher highs, and one more higher high, and we're really cooking with something here as far as a trend change goes. So for me, as a technical analysis, someone who's studying to be a chartered market technician, the trend is your friend every time. When I see no evidence that a trend has changed, like Riot, no evidence that that trend has changed, no reason for me to be in it. So that's where I stand with Riot. And I say that Riot could be at $100 when we wake up on Monday morning. And people will be cursing me out because they said, oh, well, Chris said there was no trend change there. How could anybody possibly know that that's going to open at $100? It's impossible to know that. It's a lottery ticket. It's not trading at that point for me. And that's the difference. That's what makes the difference between traders and gamblers, is having a plan and being able to illustrate that plan on a chart, just like I did. So just to touch on that there and give some background. Makes sense. How would it show SVL on the race? Well, it would show SVL on the race if SVL was moving according to what I asked the race to look for. So again, we told the race to look for stocks, and then we told the top list to look for stocks. So at its core, these races here, this is a top list behind here. Now I don't have the top list open anymore because I don't need it. But if I come into the configure and I right click, there it is, there's the configure. You see, it says actually top list configuration, top list configure window, even though it's a race. All right. So I told this top list, and that's inside here. Now to start the race, you have to open it as a top. You have to start as a top list. You build the top list and then you go to the race. Or you could even just start with the default top list and build it turn it into a race and then build it out from there. I could technically do this. I can go new top list. Here's my top list, not even name anything, press OK, launch race. All right, now I can close that. And now that top list is gone. But technically, here's the race part of it. And then I can come back into the configure of the actual race and build out the filters of the top list. And so if SIL happened to meet the top list, and then it happens to, race well according to how I told that top list to race, that's how I would get the alert to SIL. SIL is never going to make my top list, or SLV? I don't even know. SLV, sorry. SLV never going to make my top list because this thing is in a downtrend. And there's nothing to have it make that top list. It doesn't, it's just not going to make what I'm looking for in a top list, period. My top list, my race, my top list, look like stocks like this. Stocks that have made big moves. Some charts will look better than others. That's just how it goes. But that's it at its core. Here again, we come to I can open the top list now. So here's the race. I can open the top list. And right now we can see there's not a bunch of stocks meeting the criteria of this top list right now. You know, if this thing was populated with 20 stocks right now, the top 10 would be on the race, and then how they're moving would be how I see them here, where I can't see that here, you know? So if we get this race going again, because we're in the after hours, it's kind of tough, but you know, if SRG was the one that was moving here, right, I'll see it here making that move, and I may not see it move quite the same here, and that's how that works. So that's kind of a, you know, a look at it like that. So hopefully that all kind of makes sense there. And yeah, Peter, I think you're right. I think Nicola went via SPAC. I think that's how it went. Can I race after? Yes, you can race after hours. You already found it. Well, here's how, you know, technically the Bollinger Band scan can be a bounce scan in the sense that something may not, you know, something may have moved up on the day and it's been moving down for most of the day, or may have moved up early in the day and then it's moving down, and all of a sudden it starts to pick back up and the upper Bollinger Band has caught it, right? But you can pick different things to race on or scan by. And so, you know, you could find stocks, for example, you could use a position and range filter. So you could go like this, configure, and you could say with position and range, there are these drawings here. So you could use this position and range with the D right here. That's position and range for the day. So I could add that filter and I could say, I want the max position and range only to be 80% off, but I don't want to see something that's fallen too far either. So maybe I put 50% here. So essentially what I'm saying to the scan is I want you to find me stocks that are 20% off their highs, but no more than 50% off their highs. So they're in between this level. So the stock may have gone up, pulled back, but it hasn't pulled back to collapse completely. And so I could find the stock using a filter like that. I'm just using those as arbitrary numbers. You may find different numbers that work better for you. You may want 90 here. You may want 60 here. You may want 73% there. I don't know. That's stuff that you can test and see how that produces results for you. But yes, you could absolutely do, you could do quote unquote bounce scans in all sorts of ways with this. And the reason why I like the races more than I like alert windows is because I don't need an alert. I don't need the event to come through and tell me a stock did something. All I need is the stock to meet my filters and then show me how the top stocks that meet my filters are actually moving now, where a new high alert. So for example, let's take, gotta have a good example in here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. No, that's not going to be a good example. I lied. Here we go. This is a better example. So this one makes this big move here, right? Now, when it was making this move here again, if I had a new high alert set up for the day with an alert window, I never get alerted to that until it peaks over the high of the day again, right? So maybe whatever my trading plan is, I decided on this pullback, if I wanted to be in the stock here, right? Once it busted above those top shadows that it couldn't get above, and I wanted to take the trade here, I never saw it again all the way until this candle here. So I missed it. This candle, and this candle, and possibly a good portion of that candle. I never got to see any of that before because I was waiting for it to break a new high on the day. So it pulled back, but I would have seen it because probably would have been caught back here again with this Bollinger Band scan. Now, I don't have all the, I can't go back into each individual race that it played, but I suspect I'd have found it there. And let's add some Bollinger Bands just for fun. Yes. And we can see here, look at that Bollinger Band, right? I was near the top of that Bollinger Band that whole time, right? So I would have been able to see it all through there. And, this is just one example of how this works and why I know it takes a little bit for people to get on board with this racing thing. I get it, but it is just, it is absolute money as far as I'm concerned, as far as data goes. So it's just really absolute solid data. Nope, you never need to look at the top list again. Correct, Joseph. Never going to need to look at it again. Is it a bad idea? It's only a bad idea to buy stocks you don't have a plan for. So whatever your plan tells you in that sense. So if you have a plan that says, it broke whatever it is that you're looking at, and that even though it's in a topping shadow, and you grab it, and it, you've got your plan, where your stop is if you're wrong, and all those things like that, get in there and do it. If you're not, if you don't have a plan before you're getting into a stock, there's absolutely no reason for you to get in it. A plan consists of these things. Number one should be, if I'm wrong, what's my out? What's my out price? That's your stop price. That's the number one thing you have. Number two, you have to be able to answer, why is that your stop price? Number three, you have to be able to answer, what share size do I take? Number four, why did I take that share size? Number five is, what is my potential upside that I'm looking at? And why is that my potential upside that I'm looking at? And number 6/7, I guess, because 5 is, again, 2 questions, or question plus a question, is if the trade is not working to the upside like I thought, how do I then manage it? So for example, let's just say I decided I wanted to take this on this break here, and I was looking left to a daily chart, and that's my potential target, but I want it to be a day trade. I never get there, but I'm in the money. Then the stock starts collapsing. How am I going to manage it? You need to have a plan for when these things happen. Those are all pretty basic things and extremely hard to answer. At least they were extremely hard for me to answer those questions. But those are the things we need to be able to ask ourselves. That's what separates traders from gamblers, is being able to ask and answer every one of those questions. So I know it doesn't necessarily answer your question, Jathan, but there is no thing that says, oh, if there's a topping shadow, get in the trade. There's only a my plan says this topping shadow is an entry signal, so I'm getting in. That's what there is. Does PJ Matlock use trade ideas? I think he's an affiliate of ours, a sales affiliate. I don't know if he uses it or not. I don't know him personally. I know people have made reference to him. I've seen emails come in asking. I believe he has, I believe he has like a group that if you join his paid program, he'll sell you his trade idea settings. We can't just give those out because he's technically a private user and a sales affiliate. I can't just go into someone's account and hand their settings. I'll say this, most of our affiliates have been around a long time, and they are stuck in their ways of how they trade and they use things, and they're not really on board with the stock racing. Not that they don't see value there. They have what works for them already, so there's no reason for them to change any of that. So I would consider that with some of these folks, where I'm always willing and open to what's new. How does it work? Why does it work? Does it work for me? Let me test it. Let me see. How can I improve myself with what's new with the software? So I think that's something that separates us from, or me anyways, from a lot of these other folks. And it's not a knock on them. If you've got something, listen, if you've got a system that's set up and you're averaging $1,500 a week and you're really comfortable with that and you're putting away money and everything's looking great, why would you mess with that system? I get it. I totally get it. And I think that's the way, or that's, where a lot of those folks like a PJ Matlock lie. So I know that Dan, our CEO, has us reaching out to a lot of them and trying to show them this tool and get them on board. And I'm trying to do some back channel demonstrations for them on all of it to really show people how really, really, really powerful this is, that you don't need 37 scans. Listen, in all honesty, I don't need this scan. I could get rid of either one of those scans. This scan and this scan are exactly the same, and I don't need that scan. I could really get away with, in all honesty, I only need this window, and this window here. Those 3 scans of producing all the winners that I need. This is just a duplicate of that. I do it for posting and video reasons. This is just something I was experimenting with, a watch list and racing, and I don't need that at all. And that's it. I don't need anything else. I don't need 47 scans. I have these windows point me to everything that I need. If I can't make money on those scans alone every day with the trading plan that I have set forth for me on how I enter and manage my trades, I got a different set of issues that I got to worry about. But that's me personally. That's no comment on anybody else. If price goes down, does the car back up? It depends on how you're racing. So if you are racing on, for example, if you're racing on 5-minute change and the price is going down, well, it just says 5-minute change. It doesn't tell you what direction. So if the 5-minute change is actually down the most over percentage and I'm racing on 5-minute change percentage, then actually it would keep going this way. What you will see is different numbers in here. So for example, what you're racing on, it's going to tell you the percentages on that race based on the delta value here. And then it's going to tell you what the stock price is here. So you can coordinate things like that for that data that's in there. Where do you look for all-time highs on price? I just have I put a custom in for lifetime high and put it in my single stock window here. So it would take a little bit of work for us to get that in there for you, Peter. It's something that I'd have to, we'd have to do one of those things where you come into the chat and I work with you on that way to get that. We could add it that way. But like I said, there's a few things that I'd have to go through, a few loops to get in. I don't think I have it as just an outright filter. Let me double check here. Configure search. Yeah, so I don't have it. I'd have to work it as a custom with you, Peter. We could do that on Monday if you come into the live chat. I can help you with it through there. Or I mean, I could actually technically insert it into your account. Then you just have to look for the lifetime high filter and add it to your single stock window. You could do that as well. Those are 2 ways that we could do it. But it has to be added as a custom to your account. The data point exists within the system. It's just not a set filter in that regard. Instead, because we have the position lifetime range filter, that's how it's done. But the code, I can get the code and put it into an account like that. So you let me know, Peter, and I can go back through. You can live without it. Well, you don't have to live without it. I can get it in. It's not hard. It just takes a few steps. That's all. And I can't go into your account on screen here like that. That's all there is to it. So, but we can get it. It's not like it's something difficult. I can certainly get it for you, Peter. Can you create the race only from a topless window? No, but here's the thing. All windows have filters in them, essentially. So, I mean, this is just a snapshot of a bunch of, so for example, the single stock window is just a snapshot of statistics on a stock. There's nothing to race on here. There's nothing, you're not filtering anything. It's just showing you a stock that you're looking at, one single stock. An alert window, here's an alert window, right click configure. Alert window has filters, but what the alert window also has is this alert or this event that has to happen in order to get the alert. The race eliminates the need for that. And that's what I love about the races. But if you come into the search of the alert window, you have all these alerts. You got to select one or more of them to coordinate with one of these filters. but all the filters are there. It's all the same. So again, this is adding something that can make you miss moves, actually, where the race doesn't need this part. So you won't miss the move because you don't need that. And then compare count windows. Also, if we come into a configure of a compare count window, configure the green data, right? Again, alerts and filters all combined together. You're eliminating the alert. You're eliminating one component. You don't need that component anymore to get it. So you're essentially, it's a freer system for being pointed to the stocks you want on your filters, instead of saying, I need these filters satisfied and I need this other condition satisfied too. Now all you need is these filters satisfied. That's it. You're essentially eliminating an entire step to get alerted to the stocks. No, I shared something that's almost exactly the same as this one before, this and this one. These two here. These are exactly the same windows, but they involve a 1-minute volume custom filter that isn't built into top lists. So if you're not familiar with customs, I can't just give you this race. There's several steps to it. The one I gave you uses a 5-minute volume filter instead. It is exactly the same, essentially. There should be no difference. Anything that's making a big move that I see, you'll see too. That's that. And then I can share this one and this one with you too. I don't even really remember what they're racing on anymore. I just leave them there. I don't need them, but I like them for some extra confirmation or a few more ideas throughout the day. But I can share those as well. They don't require any customs. So let's see. That one is I could type right. I'm sure I could find it if I could type right. All right, so this one here, share, copy. And then Joseph, keep coming back to these. I do this at 3:30 basically every day. I will not be here next Friday, and there might be another day next week. I can't do this, but generally speaking, I do this every single day at 3:30. Plus, there's someone else doing this at noon. Plus, Barry can do this all day long and go over all these things. So obviously, we want you to play with things on your own. We want you to get a handle on your own. We also want you to come back here and ask questions, so you're not stumped and flying on your own either, right? So make sure you're coming back, and then also email us support@trade-ideas.com. This is for everybody. trade-ideas.com. Email us there with questions, screenshots, all those things like that, and we're gonna work with you. We're gonna get you some answers. So that one that I just shared, the race that I just shared a moment ago, is this one here that says stock racing, relative volume, VWAP, blah 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 blah. And then here's another one. What is it? Gap. Share. Actually, the name on this isn't correct anymore because they changed it, but then never changed the name. Copy, but all the same. There's no customs involved in any of these. They're straightforward races. And so it says gap up from close, 1-minute volume. It's actually not a gap up scanner. It's a change from close scanner because I don't want to see, I don't care if the stock gapped. I just want to know it's up from the previous day. So here's what this is doing. We come to the window specific filters. Looking at stocks between $4 and $30. They're up 1.5% from the previous day's close. Traded at least 175,000 shares on the day. Relative volume of 2. And they have to be 80% above the low of today. So technically, they could have pulled back, but they can't pull more back more than 20% off their high. That's what that's doing. All right, and then it's racing on. What is it racing on? Racing on the change from open delta value. I think everything I do is based on that. And then this one is stocks between $4 and $50. They have to be flat or up from the close. They traded at least 175,000 shares on the day. Relative volume is 3. They can't be more than 0.15 below the VWAP, and their 5-minute volume is at least 3 times normal their 5-minute volume as a percent basis. And again, this is racing on the change from open. And that's it on a nutshell. Chris, where do we need to send the villagers to advocate for a homepage for you? You get a lot of scan sharing requests, would be easy. I don't know who you'd talk to about that. I'm not that important around here. But I don't know. You could send it to support at trade, and I'll leave that there like that. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin to design any of those things. Someone asked about becoming an affiliate partner. Anybody can become an affiliate partner. You don't need anything special. There's no sign up fees. There's no anything that you need. You just have to sign up. I'll drop a link in here if anybody wants to be an affiliate partner. You can sign up for it. The way the affiliate partnership works is this. We've created tracking links that are individual to each person's account that they open. And you drop those tracking links, someone clicks your link, and then they sign up, you get a commission on it. It's just as simple as that. Last click wins. So as long as someone clicked your link last before they sign up, you get the credit of the commissions. You gotta, sign some tax forms and things like that because, Uncle Sam wants their money and all that stuff like that. But it's as simple as get a click, get a sale, get paid. That's it. There's no tips, tricks, or trades to it. We have videos to help you understand how the platform works. If you sign up as an affiliate, you need some help navigating the platform, you can let me know. I can arrange something that I can help you navigate the platform. It's pretty straightforward, but always happy to help. Paste there. If anybody that wants to sign up for the affiliate program, use that link, follow that link, sign up for the program, and that's it. I'll say this, if you know anybody in marketing, anybody in marketing that's great at that stuff, great. The affiliate program also works like this. If you can get other people to sign up under you as well, you can get a piece of their sales, but it doesn't affect their piece of their sales. Whatever, no matter what happens, if you're an affiliate and you make a sale, your sale is always your sale. Even if you were below someone, even if someone else got you signed up, it doesn't affect what you'll be taking home on it. It's not a pyramid in that sense. Just a way for people to continuously network and all those things like that. So, for example, Ross from Warrior, he's a sales affiliate of ours. I bet he has people that are underneath him as sales affiliates. If those people make sales, they got the same amount of money, whether they signed up under Ross or didn't sign up under Ross. He just gets a piece off the wholesale itself, but nothing affected the person underneath him. They were always getting the same amount of money no matter what. So, if you sign up for the program and, you're in it, you get your own referral link to share for someone to sign up. So if you're someone that says, oh, geez, I know Beth Jane, and Beth Jane is like one of these great salespeople, and she's been in marketing her whole life, and she does really well. And you can get Beth Jane is someone who likes affiliate programs, and you get her to sign up under you, you'll get a piece of her sales. But it'll never come off her end. She'll never know, whether she signed up under you or found the affiliate program on her own, she was always getting the same amount of money. That's how it works. So, it's a side hustle. That's all there is to it, and, there are some affiliates of ours that make some crazy money, to be honest with you, but our best affiliates are actually all marketers. That's a lie. Most of our best affiliates are all marketers. The other best of our affiliates are traders who hired a marketing team. All right. So there's also that. So keep that in mind too. So someone like Ross, I bet now he doesn't push our stuff as much as he used to. But I bet when he was pushing our stuff real hard, he'd hired a marketing team to help him. And, he spent money, but I'll bet he also made money, doing it. So, there's all that. So, these are things to consider, and like anything else, is it easy? No. Is it worth it if you can do it successfully? Yes. But you gotta, like everything else, anything worthwhile, you gotta put the effort in there. So that's really that in a nutshell. I guess 4:30. Geez. All right. I guess I gotta log out of my other stuff here. And that's all that in a nutshell. I won't comment on that as far as whatever with Ross. Listen, I'll say this. Ross has helped a lot of people. A lot of people swear by him. A lot of people took his course and they were mad. A lot of people took his course and they made a bunch of money. I think people just underestimate how hard trading is, and that's the end of it. And he's been doing it a long time. He probably makes it look easy because he's been doing it so long. And he's so so experienced and all that. He may or may not have gotten in trouble. I have no idea, on any of that. But I've it's funny. I've come across a couple of people in real life that took Ross's course, and they think he's great. And they said, they failed. They actually failed as traders, but they thought his course was great and it helped them understand better. They just weren't able to execute trades. So, it is what it is. That's all there is to it. A lot of things that are really, really worth it are really, really hard. And that's all there is to it. So, like I say about Jim Cramer, I've never followed his trading advice, but Jim Cramer may be the best guy to get a burger and a beer with. Ross also may be the best guy to get a burger and a beer with. I have no idea, but trading's hard. That's what I can tell you. Trading and finance is damn hard. That's damn hard. That's all there is to it. So, awesome. I appreciate the feedback. I thank you very much. I do my Friday walkout. Sorry, I just got a brain fart here. On Fridays, I like to walk us out like this. Look, what we do is really hard. There are no shortcuts. There is no magic scan. There is no magic formula. All right. There is understanding markets, trading, trends, and how we can leverage that based on what we're seeing on those charts, what we want to discern from those charts, and our trading plan. And that trading plan goes back to those questions. What's my stop? Why is it my stop? Those are the first two questions we ask as a trading plan. The next is, what is my share size? Why is it my share size? What is my entry? Why is it my entry? And how do I manage this trade if it moves up? Why do I manage it like that if it moves up? And if it is up and does not go how I thought it was going to do, what do I do then? Simple questions, extremely difficult to answer. At least for me, they were. My personal experience took me about 2 years to really be able to start to answer those questions. And then it was, shortly after that I stopped losing consistently. And that's the way it is. Get away from screens for periods of time. Get away from your family. Get away from your kids, your dog, your cat, your brother, your mother, your sister, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your best friend, your whatever. Get away from these things. Every once in a while, whether it's once a week, twice a week, go for a long walk, journal, write it down, type it out, do it audio, whatever works best for you, voice memos. Take care of your brain. Take care of your well-being. If you don't do those things, you will never make it as a trader. Doesn't matter anything else. All right. People think what we do is easy. It is really, really hard what we do. We don't take care of ourselves. We don't get away from screens. We don't decompress. We don't reflect. We can't recharge those batteries that we need to do what we're doing. All right, everybody. Really appreciate everybody being here. I really appreciate the questions and comments and all that. Everybody's got an agenda. All right. I always say I've got an agenda too. My agenda is to get you folks as Trade Ideas subscribers, but it only works if you're successful. You subscribe to Trade Ideas, you don't make money, you won't be around long. We won't be doing anything together. It's just that simple. So share this with your friends, share this with your family, share this with your dog, share this with your cat, tell them, come here, all this free education that we give. What we can't give you is the winning trade. You got to get the winning trade. We give you plenty of software, plenty of direction to find them. You got to make the execution yourself. So thanks again, everybody. Have a great weekend wherever you are. Stay safe, stay sane, stay healthy, and we will catch you back here Monday. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.